Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. We're going to start call to order and then roll call, please.
Roland Rubalcaba,
Present.
Kevin Pauke,
Good morning.
Monica Erickson,
Here.
Troy Johnson,
Here.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma,
Here.
David Miller,
Here.
Teresa Taylor,
Here.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Thank you. We will now recess into closed sessions to address items 1 through 3 from the closed session agenda. And we will reconvene in open session afterwards. Probably be an hour and a half at least, so it'll be about 10 a.m. So thank you for your patience and understanding.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for the Performance Talent Management Committee. Can we start with the roll call, please?
Kevin Palkey,
Good morning.
Lisa Middleton,
Present.
Deborah Dagers from Leah Cohen, Michael DeToy, Monica Erickson, Troy Johnson, Teresa Taylor.
Thank you very much. And we do have one board member, Dr. Gail Willis, with us online, so I do need to read this attestation. So, good morning, board members. Because we are not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public, Bagley Keene requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that they are alone or if there are one or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old and the nature of the board members' relationship to each person. At this time, I'll ask Dr. Gail Willis to verbally attest accordingly.
Good morning, board members. I do attest to the fact that I am alone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you for joining us.
You're welcome.
I do want to very quickly make a quick disclaimer before we hand it off to our executive report. If you are interested in joining the stakeholder discussion, that is next door. So just know that we are going to be talking about performance talent management. And if you're interested in the stakeholder conversation, that'll be next door. So with that, the floor is yours, Mr. Hoffner.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Doug Hoffner, CalPERS team member. We have two important items before you today. Your primary consultant, GGA Global Governance Advisors, is here to present on those two items. And I want to acknowledge that Tom Tote with Wilshire Advisors is also here to help answer questions and has provided materials as well. The first will be a recommendation for fiscal year 26-27 on incentive metrics, and then the proposed fiscal year 26-27 incentive plan for the Chief Executive Officer. These items will be before the committee today for action, as this is a follow-up from the April committee meetings where this material was presented earlier. This concludes my presentation. Happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm not seeing any questions, so we can move into our action consent items, which is the pleasure of the committee. I have a motion to move from Ms. Taylor, second from Mr. Johnson. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. I have not received any requests to pull any information items under item 4, so that brings us to item 5, action agenda items. Annual review 26-27 incentive metrics. Ms. Tucker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5A is an action item. To comply with the board's policy, incentive metrics are reviewed annually by the committee and the board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisor. Based on GGA's review of the existing metrics and input from the committee at the April 2026 PCTM meeting, GGA will present their recommendations for incentive metrics for fiscal year 26-27. This will be for incentive plan inclusion for executive and investment management positions. Final board-approved metrics will be included in some combination on fiscal year 26-27 incentive plans for eligible executive and investment management positions, including the CEO's incentive plan, which will be presented next in item 5B today. That concludes my opening remarks, and I can invite Mr. Landers to begin his presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker, and thank you, committee members. As we talked about at the April meeting, we've looked at all of the metrics that you currently use within your incentive program, and none of them are fundamentally broken. We actually think they all still make sense in the current incentive program. What we have done, though, is looked at a couple of adjustments that can be made, especially with the move to TPA as of July 1st. So one is a updated set of performance hurdles in comparing total fund performance to the new reference portfolio of the fund. And the second one is a slight recommendation for a slight adjustment in weightings between the enterprise operational effectiveness metric and moving that into the total fund metric, just to align further with total fund performance. And maybe to give a little bit of background, as you know, through the April session, we talked about how certain funds, some leading funds, New Zealand, Australia, CPP, have adopted a total portfolio approach, and how they have looked at their incentive programs in making sure that it aligns with the foundational elements of TPA. And we walked you through what some of those performance hurdles looked like, what are some of the quantitative and qualitative portions that they put into the program. And one of the big ones was setting an appropriate level of performance hurdles for that total fund performance against that reference portfolio. And so we went back after the April meeting and did analysis, and we looked at the updated performance hurdles under 3 lenses. So one was looking, okay, against a representative reference portfolio, historically, how has CalPERS total fund performance performed against a reference portfolio? So we worked with Wilshire, your consultants, to analyze those performance results, and they're included in the appendix of the memo that we've sent out in advance of this meeting. So we looked at that through one lens. Another lens was to say, when we looked at those other leading funds that have adopted TPA, what are the hurdle rates that they've set? And we analyzed that, and we've included that as well in the memo. And then the third lens was, what are some of the publicly espoused expectations for TPA at CalPERS in particular? Your CIO has been in the media and shared, some expectations. In the media, it was 50 to 60 basis points being sort of what that expectation was that he thinks is reasonable, that can be achieved under a TPA approach. So we took that lens as well. And what we've tried to do in setting the updated performance hurdles is try and take all 3 of those lenses and come up with what we feel is a fair and reasonable set of performance hurdles that both incent that additional alpha generation that you as a board have wanted to incent under the program moving forward, and that you've spoken about as one of your key objectives through TPA, but also making sure that the hurdle rates are still viewed as reasonable and not unattainable by the impacted participants. And so what you'll see in your materials is we have drafted up expectations that at a threshold, that minimum level of expectation will still be set at 0 basis points. So you still have to match the total, the reference portfolio to start earning any incentive. So that's a key performance-driven factor. When you look at a group like CPP, they actually allow for underperformance against the reference portfolio. We didn't think that was fair to your stakeholders, and that didn't necessarily set the right message in terms of a pay-for-performance philosophy. So we've kept that sort of, that minimum expectation to start earning anything of 0 basis points or meeting that total, that reference portfolio. We've set the target at 40 basis points above the reference portfolio. And we think that that's fair, given that when you look at the results, both at CalPERS, but also historically at all funds that have adopted a total portfolio approach, performance against a reference portfolio, especially over short time periods, a year or two, tends to be more volatile. You can have some downward swings, you can have some upward swings. So we felt like a 40 beeps target was a fair and reasonable set. And then similar to how you've set hurdles in the past, that maximum or that sort of outperformance level is set at 80 basis points. So double what the performance expectation at target is. And if you recall, under your current SAA-based total fund, you have a 0, 10, 20 model. So that follows that same sort of 200% of target expectation. And again, when we looked at the historical results, both over a 1 year, but also over a 5-year time periods, we were comfortable that stayed within a reasonable range. And I won't obviously speak for Wilshire. You can definitely have Tom Toth talk to this, but in reviewing his memo that he shared, they looked at the 0, 40, 80, and they viewed those hurdles as being reasonable as well. So, I just wanted to point out, we tried to be balanced. We tried to make sure, yes, we make it a pay-for-performance philosophy, so you have to at least beat the benchmark, the total, that reference portfolio, in order to start earning anything. But we also wanted to take into account that this is the early stages of the program, allow for that little bit of added volatility. And so we wanted to make sure that we balanced all of those things out along with the publicly espoused expectations that you have for the portfolio. One other thing I wanted to point out on this is we also are recommending a grandfathering approach of TPA into the formula. So you'll see in your materials what we're suggesting is you'll calculate the TPA based or the reference portfolio performance for this upcoming 1 year performance cycle, so 26 to 27, and then the other 4 years will be measured against your current SAA-based benchmark, that's 0, 10, 20. And we feel that's reasonable and fair because, again, when this program started, you were not telling your people that are under this program that they have to hit this reference portfolio. We feel it would be unfair to the participants to say, no, you must hit automatically this new TPA-based benchmark when they really haven't had the time nor the mandate over that 4 or 5 year period to really do so. Also, when you look at how other funds typically adopt material changes like this, where you're changing how you're measuring relative performance, they will also tend to follow a grandfathering method where you're sort of phasing in the new level of performance and mixing in with the former way of calculating it. So what you'll see is we've recommended a phasing in over the next 5 years, of which over time more and more of the weighting within that investment performance calculation will be based on TPA, and an ever decreasing weighting is being placed on the old SAA based benchmark. And again, we feel that's fair and reasonable and very common market practice to see. The only other piece I'll mention, all the other performance hurdle rates we're generally comfortable with. We think they're still fair and reasonable. But one thing we did look at, again, when we looked at what is one of the foundational elements of a TPA-based incentive program, was having a meaningful and a higher weighting than what is currently at CalPERS on that total fund, that reference portfolio performance. And so you'll see that we've suggested for certain roles that an adjustment upward in terms of the weighting on that total fund performance be adopted. And we can talk about it more during the CEO discussion in a little bit. But we recommend that as well to be in line with the TPA philosophy, and that a corresponding decrease in the weighting be placed on the enterprise operational effectiveness metric to put it more in line with the other sort of non-investment related metrics as well. So those are really the key takeaways. I just wanted to summarize that and again say that the new target is 40 basis points, which we feel is reasonable, and then we're allowing for that higher level of outperformance to really dictate that higher level of incentive payout. But happy to take any questions on this topic.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gallegos.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, it makes sense to grandfather it in for sure. One thing that struck me though is that I didn't see any discussion of risk. And since our TPA is really centered around allocation of risk, and you will see more volatility with this approach, why are we not benchmarking performance on how much risk we're taking as well?
Great question, Ms. Gallegos. A couple of reasons for that. One is it is not that common to see that used within even TPA-based approaches. You'll see that there's really not that much prevalence of measuring risk within the performance criteria. The other piece that I think is important is to make sure that, we always say that it's also good to make sure that any plan design is relatively easy to understand and administer. And sometimes when you get into risk-based factors, some people may not be able, it just won't be as easy to understand. Sometimes it can create added levels of complexity that again starts to feel to some people like there's a bit of a black box and things like that. And so for those reasons, we've shied away from doing so. One thing I will point out though is this is just year one of the TPA program. What I failed to mention earlier is this is something we are going to review on an annual basis and make sure that the program is working as intended. And if there definitely is a view that we haven't placed enough emphasis on risk, if there is a measure of risk that everyone feels comfortable with, that's definitely something we can look into in the future. I think in year one, it was more about baby steps. Let's just make sure we get those performance hurdles right, but we're definitely open in the future if there is the will of this committee to definitely look into that, but it is not that prevalent in the marketplace, so we shied away from it from now. But that's definitely something we can look into in the future if it's the view of this committee that we should continue to look in that direction.
I would just ask the chair to make that a part of next year's study, because I think doing something because it's not prevalent or doing something because it's might be considered a black box, which risk isn't. Given it is such a big piece of the TPA, it really should be considered as a part of this exercise. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just writing my note real quick. Ms. Erickson.
Michelle, I don't know if this is a question for you, but I'm just wondering if with this change, if everybody meets the kind of incentive payouts, has there been an analysis done on what's that's going to do to the budget or your operating budget?
Thank you very much for that question. So let's see, one of the agenda items, this is attachment to 5B, there's a discussion of our proposed budget. So there is a proposal for budget and fiscal impacts for both the annual incentive award along with LTIP in that. So the proposed budget for this year is $43.5 million for annual incentive awards. So this would be one factor amongst those payouts. And again, those are at risk and subject to performance against the standards that Mr. Landers just presented.
And the only thing I'll add to that is, obviously, these are big numbers. We're not saying that they're not big numbers. I think it's important, though, to realize and to do additional analysis to say, if they do outperform, what is that as a percentage of the value added performance that it generates for the fund? What is that as a percentage of just overall assets under management? And obviously, it's easy to just go to the highlighted numbers, the 43.5 million, but I think it's important to obviously take that in the context of how much value did the team generate for the fund. And what you often will find, and I remember we did this analysis a few years ago when we were looking at some of the changes to the incentive opportunities, we were doing the pay benchmarking, and it ends up being a fraction, a very, very small fraction of the actual value add that you're generating for the fund. So yes, obviously it's a big number, the 43.5 or whatever the numbers end up being, but I think to take it into the context of the potentially billions of dollars that value add that are generated is important to keep that as part of the context as you're thinking through the reasonableness and fairness of the payouts.
I would add that I would add that last year across all of our incentive programs, which again include the CEA, as well as some of our investment officer 2s and 3s, we paid out $29.9 million for annual incentive awards. And again, that's across all the programs. So even though more is budgeted, the actual payout tends to be less.
Ms. Middleton.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Landers, thank you, and to Mr. Peters for all of the work that you've put into this, and it's appreciated. One of the questions I have is, to what extent, what is the percentage of the possible payout that's based on qualitative measurements as opposed to quantitative measurements founded on the performance of the investment officer?
Perfect. So that will differ depending on the seniority of the investment officer, but my understanding is most of the individuals are on a 60-40 weighting, so 60% of their performance is based on investments performance, 40% is qualitative. Now, if you recall from April, part of that qualitative assessment, especially at the more senior investment level ranks, has a collaboration component to it, which is another huge factor that you want to incent as part of the TPA approach. When you get to Marcy, it's a much smaller portion on the investment side. We're actually recommending a 5% adjustment upward on that, and we can talk about that, I guess, as part of Agenda 5B. But for the investment staff as a whole, this is 60% of the performance. And then when you factor in the grandfathering that I talked about earlier, I'm trying to do some mental math here. that means that I believe 12% of the overall incentive will be based on TPA in year one, and 48% will still be based on the SAA based benchmark performance. So hopefully that addresses that question.
Do we have any data on the 40% approximately that's qualitative as to what has been the range of ratings and incentives paid out in comparison to the range of payouts that comes from the quantitative measures?
So for exact numbers, and I don't know if Michelle and her team have that, I'd have to defer to her, but I do, and I can talk about this through anecdotal evidence. I know that Marcy and Stephen in the past couple of years have, definitely on the qualitative side of things, tried to calibrate to a pretty fair and representative performance levels. Marcy might even be able to comment to that. So I know they've tried to not have it so it's skewed too high, where everyone's getting maximum levels of performance. I can't speak to specific ranges, but I know there has been a concerted effort in recent years to calibrate that level of performance more in line with a reasonable range. But I'll defer to Marcy and Michelle on that.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. So yes, so that's correct. For the majority of the investment roles, it's a 60-40 split with 50% based on the total fund performance, which Mr. Landers just described, 10% Invo CEM, which is a measure of operational efficiency and performance. And then the other components are 20% leadership behaviors, which includes a special focus this year where 10% under Mr. Gilmore's leadership is focused on collaboration. And then the remaining, it ranges again, but around 15% is individual business objectives. So it's a range of those. We do have data, I don't have it at my fingertips in terms of that performance, but we do work really closely with all of the investment leaders and Ms. Frost and Mr. Gilmore to really try to have that curve where we have, some really exceptional, extraordinary performers. We, have some folks who aren't meeting, and the majority are meets. So that's really our target, is to have meets be the standard, and that's by far the largest population of those team members.
So I would be interested in looking at that data and seeing what it's telling us. With our investment professionals, we have the advantage of having true quantitative numbers. There's actual performance of the perf and how they have performed. And I am editorializing now, but I find it relatively straightforward to go to our stakeholders and say we paid an incentive to our investment professionals because they produced X in the way of results above a benchmark. There's more than a bit of suspicion when we are talking about superlatives that are not based on actual quantitative numbers.
If I can just quickly chime in, definitely take your points into account. If you recall from the April education session, one of the things that we did note that historically, I would, to your point, Ms. Middleton, the weighting probably was a little bit low on the quantitative side for investment staff. But when you actually, again, look at those funds that have adopted more of a TPA based approach, you actually see that a 60-40 split is actually pretty much in line, and in line with those TPA based funds. So actually, again, forward thinking, maybe you actually are in line, and that's why we have very little concern with the current 60-40 split, because I know it's tougher to say, oh, we don't have a fixed number to go at, but the reality is under a TPA based approach, you can't just focus solely on the numbers. You get to the numbers by doing things like collaboration, all of these different individual factors. And so you have to have a specific weighting that ties to that. And again, the 60-40 to us aligns quite well with those funds that have gone to a TPA based approach. But definitely if you look at the broader SAA-based market, you could definitely argue that, but we feel quite confident under a TPA-based approach that the 60/40 is a good ratio to have between the two.
Okay.
Yeah, and I won't talk about the ratio. I'm not really allowed to do that. But I can talk about the process that we use for calibration and also the transparency to the board. You receive every single measurement on the quantitative side and the qualitative side during the September meetings, person by person by person. So we have a lot of transparency for the board. Obviously can't make all of that information public. But what we try to do is calibrate, as Michelle Tucker indicated, around a meets, which is around a 1.0. So the range is the same on the qualitative side as it is on the quantitative side. But they have key business objectives that are in their performance appraisals that they have to meet in order to get a certain rating. But we are calibrating on that more bell curve. And I would say we were not always so great at that in the past, but we've been much more restrictive, much more disciplined about giving each of the teams the opportunity to calibrate around 1.0. And if they don't do so, then the larger group that Stephen and I are involved in, we ensure that we have that calibration. But lots of transparency, and we'll have a lot of time to talk about that in September, if that's the board's interest.
Fair. Compensation matters. And it matters that our investment professionals believe that they are being challenged appropriately and fairly. I'm very pleased that we are phasing in this over the course of essentially 5 years. I think you mentioned that we will review this at least annually. Personally, I would like to see us coming back in 6 months from the July start and really taking a look at what has actually occurred during that time, so that when we get to the annual review, we are prepared to make any adjustments that are necessary. And I've also want to acknowledge that I have noticed that we are grading much more, I think, fairly. Some would say toughly. But that is certainly what we should be doing. I recall when you and Brad first came, the pitch was that exceptional performance should receive exceptional rewards. Modest performance should not. And that's what we are striving to do. So this is a work in progress, and I'm going to be able to support this. I will make note that we, with a very limited exception, we were unable to hear from our CEO and our CIO in this process, and that's something that I understand may require change in law. We need to do everything that we can to change that law because it should be Marcy and Stephen sitting at the middle of this table right now.
Perfect. And I know I've already made a note of Ms. Gallegos' point about risk, so we'll definitely be looking at that as part of this sort of first year analysis. Definitely see how things are tracking, but yes, definitely we'll be coming back here next year, potentially after review, and seeing if we need to make any further tweaks to the program. And I like your comment about it being a work in progress. We had some discussions even with some of those leading TPA funds, and even they admit they don't think they've gotten all the way there, and they've had much more time than you all have to put this into place. And they were even asking us, is there anything that you guys can share with us that we might be missing? So, it's always a work in progress, and nothing's ever going to be perfect, but I think this is a good starting point, and then we'll see, and we'll let the program evolve over time and maybe add in a metric or two if we need to meet all the needs under TPA. So I really appreciate those comments, and we'll definitely take that under advisement.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Gallegos.
Thank you. One comment and one question. I would just like to echo Ms. Middleton's request that we come back more frequently to discuss and have interim discussions about performance, so that we're not left at the end of the year with very long meeting where we haven't had a chance to digest everything. I think we requested this last year, so if we could put it into place this year, that would be terrific. And then the second thing is, will you remind me, the 40% that is qualitative, is that based on managerial input? Is it 360? How do we gather that information?
Yeah, happy to respond to that. So for the 40% that is qualitative, there are 3 different components to it. There are the leadership behaviors, there is collaboration, which is a
Yeah.
particular call out that was already part of leadership, and the business objectives. Each of the key business objectives are different for each individual. They tend to roll down from the CIO's plan to each of the next, and they're all SMART. So they're specific, they're measurable. We work really closely with the investment team to make sure that they're all SMART objectives. They have a mid-year check to see how they're performing, and there is a performance component by the team leader or the manager. So the team member appraises themselves mid-year, says how they're doing. The manager appraises them. They say how they're doing. Ms. Frost just described our year-end calibration process. We also have a mid-year calibration process where the intent is to check in and see how everyone's performing. If there are people who need more help, more support, we can provide that. If we need to help folks course correct, we're able to do that at that point. Leadership behaviors, likewise, we use our CalPERS 7 leadership behavior competencies. So there's some specific descriptors of those behaviors that we expect for each one. So each one of those 7 leadership behaviors gets its own score, and then those are blended into an overall score for the leadership rating. The collaboration is going to be an interesting one. So this is the new addition, and last year under Mr. Gilmore's leadership, we did something kind of akin to a 360, but it was really a multi-rater feedback where each member of the CIO huddle or the program leads provided input to each other in terms of their collaborative behavior. This year, we have 2 additional measures to help with that. We added a subset of questions to our annual engagement survey for all of our CalPERS team members to measure collaborative behavior in each division, under each manager. And then we did a pulse survey in the investment office this spring, which the results we got back about a month or so ago, measuring how collaboration has improved since the fall. And in 3 out of the 4 statements, we did see approval. We did a meeting with the overall, the whole, I think we call them the CIO town hall. So Stephen did a presentation to the whole team in terms of the collaboration and how well that was performing. And then there are specific examples that each team leader will call out. So those are some of the things that go into the measurement for those.
Okay, great. So it sounds like it's a combination of top-down self-evaluation, and then at least in the collaboration component, there is a broader group that contributes to the assessment.
Yes, I would actually say that a broader group contributes to all of it because our collaboration process our calibration process is collaborative because it's all the program heads together talking about performance. So I think a nice addition that we did this year was where the team goes around and they call out specific actions on other teams that they've seen that have been positive and helpful for collaboration. So it really is the whole group kind of agreeing together on where are those high performers. They don't see each individual leadership component in terms of those 7 items, but they see the overall leadership rating for all of the participants, that group of about 13 people that calibrate together.
And 10 of the 40% you said was related to the TPA this year?
Invo CEM is 10%, and when this plan is approved, then TPA, total fund will still be 50%, and TPA will be added into that on a rolling basis that's a measure of 5 years, and so the first year, next year will be 1
And
year.
your point was it's going to go up over time. That was my question.
It'll go up over time.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
Thank you.
Great. And then just one last comment, I'm sorry, based on something you said. It sounds like maybe the interim discussion at the board level might make sense to have following the mid-year review that you all have.
I think that timing probably would align because we do have the February PCTM meeting, and we usually have those conversations around that same time, around February. So I think we could,
Just so we have results to at least focus on.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Miller.
Yeah, I just make sure all the committee members have had a chance before I jump in. Yeah, it's kind of hard to articulate all the thoughts I have on this, but as some of you may remember, I have some significant kind of theoretical issues with pay for performance kind of schemes, but I won't pontificate on that today. I think the thing that kind of strikes me, I worry that with the way we set some of this stuff, it's kind of seat of the pants. It's not scientific. And I worry that we'll fall into some of these heuristic traps where we do something, oh, this is based on roughly this or double that. And when I look at this, one of the things that I see that's most important in many respects is how will prospective team members and team members we've got view this when they look at and say, what does this mean for my compensation that I would expect, that I would reasonably expect when considering staying with CalPERS, when considering taking a job with CalPERS. And I'm very, very optimistic, and I'm sure Stephen and the team are very optimistic, and that, 50 to 60 basis points on that end of the spectrum is very optimistic and would be phenomenal. As a betting person, how much would I bet on 80 basis points out of this in any time soon with something we're new going into? And I guess I would ask, with some of these much more mature, high-performing organizations that are doing TPA at anything like the scale we're thinking about doing it, how many of them are doing 80, 90 basis points? And if I was a job seeker, how much would I be betting on that? And so I just worry that using these kind of heuristics or rules of thumb that aren't really based on anything empirical that we can point to set something up this critical, I think we might want to give that a more analytical look. And I really do appreciate the comments that we should be looking at this more frequently and with more analysis. And like Director Middleton, I really wish we could have our executives' input on this, because those qualitative factors are really going to be critical, especially in the outset of building a team, building a culture, and learning, and to hold us up to a standard based on organizations that have been doing this for many years, some more successfully than others, I think would potentially handicap us. And even just versus things like, I understand our colleagues across the river are going to be trying to hire a couple hundred people over the next short period of time, and we're in that same market. And frankly, we've been, their shopping ground. So I just toss those thoughts out there for your consideration.
Just to comment on Mr. Miller's points, I would say that, I wouldn't say that we just drew these numbers out of thin air. As I said, we did follow sort of three different lenses to arrive at those numbers. If you look at some of the other leading funds, they actually, in some cases, allow for greater levels, or that maximum level is actually set at a much higher level than the 80 beeps. If you look, definitely there's one example where I think it goes to 75. And so, yeah, that is one example out there. I think what we tried to, again, 50 to 60 was sort of espoused. We thought that 40 made sense in terms of being fair and reasonable. We looked at historical results, so empirical data as well. And when you look at some of the 1 year performance results, actually, I think their 80 beeps was able to be attained in a few of those 1 year parameters. That being said, this is a work in progress. This is something that everyone has said we definitely need to continue to monitor and make sure that it's working effectively, that it's efficient, that we aren't having, to your point, any concerns over, losing talent. I would caution people from trying to compare too much these hurdle rates under TPA to other hurdle rates. in the market used by any of your pension fund peers because it's apples to oranges. This is TPA versus a reference portfolio. A lot of your other ones are still using a strategic asset allocation model that tends to, be a little bit more customized, doesn't allow for as much level of outperformance. So that is something to consider as well. The other piece is, again, 40 beeps is the target. So we've actually felt that it's set at a reasonable level. Your investment consultant has weighed in and also feels like the 40 to 80 at this stage is reasonable. And they are, your investment consultant as well. So it's not like they're saying that seems way out of the ballpark. And we would never bring something forward to you that we felt was way out of the stratosphere in particular. So I just wanted to clarify that as well. But I agree, we do have to continue to monitor this. We need to make sure, are we creating any unintended consequences? Are we not incenting or not properly taking into account the level of risk under a TPA-based approach? And the last thing I will say is we are grandfathering this in. So this is, in year one, only affecting 20% of that 50% weighting. And so I think that's also something to take into account. We will be increasing the weighting on TPA as the program matures, as we have more evidence, more data, and we can start to, again, potentially tweak those performance hurdle rates to better fit that historical data. But I don't think it's fair to say that this was just pulled out of thin air. I think there was a lot of different lenses and data brought into the equation to come up with these hurdle rates.
Thank you.
And maybe if I could weigh in, Chair Palkey. Tom Tote with Wilshire Advisors. So we brought, I'll say, an additional lens, and Mr. Miller, I think this actually goes to your quantitative question. When we model the reference portfolio, it's just modeled as simple global equities and treasuries. And it comes to an expected return that's in the, call it 6.3, 6.4% range. When we start to layer in the more complex asset classes, which are laid out in sort of the longer term plan for the actual portfolio, successful implementation in private equity, private debt, real estate, infrastructure, diversifying strategies, these are additive to the portfolio. And as we model that, that starts to get to that 60, 70, 80 basis points of additional return, utilizing those additional strategies. And so that starts to help us, I think, settle on targets, which we would consider, solid performance at 40 basis points, the target, versus outstanding performance around 80 basis points. So there is a quantitative framework that can be used to analyze those for reasonableness. That's what we did, and that's why in our opinion letter we were very comfortable saying that we feel those targets are, in fact, reasonable.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor.
Thank you very much. I just want to caution our committee members that we're not here to manage appraising the team. Our one person that we appraise is Ms. Frost. And I'm sure staff would be happy to go into the process a little deeper, like you were talking about. You didn't pull it out of whole cloth. I had no expectation that you did. And there was, is it in the appendix where you went into those two different?
Sorry.
The
three lenses,
I'm sorry.
the historical
Yeah.
results, and then the other two lenses about the current TPA peers, and then the expectations that have been shared publicly by CalPERS.
Yeah. So once it's set in place, and I think it's important for us to look at these three lenses, and maybe if we have other ideas, sure, but that's our strategy to set, right? And then it's theirs to enforce, not us. So we shouldn't be looking at this more often unless we need to change it, right? So I agree that if the 80 bips isn't working, then yeah, but we get to meet with GGA quarterly anyway, so we can say, hey, I'm hearing from staff it's not working. So, right, so we can do that. But other than that, I just really want to caution you guys, this isn't our wheelhouse. Let's not get too down into the weeds.
And yeah, I don't want anyone to think we are definitely open. That's why we say this is work in progress. This is year one. We will at least minimum on an annual basis But definitely, we can check in, quarterly or semi-annually. We anticipate coming back, re-looking at the hurdle rates. Do they seem fair and reasonable? Taking into account other lenses, if we are hearing about, hopefully not, but, big turnover or something. All of that can be taken into account, and we definitely are open on an annual basis to re-look at these hurdle rates. But at this specific time, we feel like the hurdle rates that are set are fair and reasonable and challenging to the participants.
Thank you. Mr. DeToy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Just looking at those appendices, thank you for those. They were very helpful to have the look back on the last 10 years and, what, if these were in place, what the achievable hurdles would have been. I noticed that the CPP had the 178 bips. Do they have a higher threshold? Do they have multiple categories? I'm going to kind of 3-0. Scroll up. 0.75, 1.
So CPP is the one that they have the widest spread in terms of performance. They're the ones that actually allow for underperformance relative to the benchmark. So I think it's up to 100 basis points of underperformance where you can actually start to earn some level of reward. We didn't feel like we needed to create that big of a spread. We didn't feel like that set the right message here with your stakeholder groups. And so that's where the 0 came from. We still feel like the majority of peers set, hurdle rates starting at 0. But to that effect, when you look at the data, that's why, again, we feel the 40-80 is reasonable because we are setting, to a certain extent, a more challenging downward sort of expectation. We need to make sure that maximum or that top end, that capped level, is still reasonable and feels like it's attainable. And so, again, that's where the 40-80 to us seems fair and reasonable and tries to take into account those effects. But yes, typically what you'll see is those peers that allow for greater levels of overperformance or require greater levels of overperformance to exceed, typically will also set potentially a wider range on the downside. And so we didn't want to have too big of a range on the downside. Here, we feel like we want to set that pay for performance philosophy and set that sort of that stake in the ground at 0, and then allow for just outperformance to lead to some level of payout.
So, but does CPP kind of have the 3 categories of thresholds, if you will? Because again, we have the threshold, the target, and maximum. Do they still have 3 categories of that, or do they have a wider spread and a larger percentages, across the board?
I think to your point, they set sort of that threshold, target, and maximum, and then performances, call it interpolated, between those levels of performance. So yes, hypothetically, if you fall between the minimum and the target, you'll get a payout somewhere in between minimum and target, and same thing with between minimum or the target and that maximum level, you'll earn sort of a payout in between those levels. So there's a level of interpolation where you can earn any number between in that range from 0 to I think theirs is 200% of target. So I hope that answers your question.
Well, the question, just looking again at the attachment 1 for the 1-year total fund value ad performance look back. I mean, some of the ones that we surpassed the 80 bips were massively, 736, 155, 130, 113. So I don't know if there's a benefit of having, a category on the more aspirational or exceptional years to kind of double down on what Director Middleton said, exceptional pay for exceptional work.
Great question. That is definitely something we could look into moving forward. I would say categorically, I don't see that too often in the marketplace, but we do have one client in Canada that specifically has sort of 4. They have like a 4th category, which is that sort of exceptional level, and they can then earn a higher level of payout if they hit that higher level. Again, I would say that's not that prevalent in the marketplace, so I just caution on that. But if that is something that this committee and the board wanted us to look into, we can definitely look at what that might look like. But I would say, again, we tried to err on, let's make sure we get the thresholds, targets, and sort of that maximum level achieved. But that's definitely something we can look into as part of looking at potentially adding a risk element and things like that. If that was something, again, it would be sort of market leading. So it always comes down to, how far ahead do you want to be relative to your peers, but that's something we could definitely look into if that was the pleasure of this committee.
I just want to say thank you for the work, and again, having the value add, as the CIO has talked about consistently, is what is the team doing to add value, and to have against the reference portfolio will be important looking forward. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Tom, any other additions since we have you up here?
No other additions. Happy to answer questions.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. I will simply state thank you for the work, both Tom with your letter from Wilshire, as well as the work done by GGA. I truly will stand behind anyone that pushes for excellence. And I'm a strong believer that excellence is not easily achievable. So, but that's what makes excellence excellence. So with that, I have a couple public comments, and then we will take a vote. So I'll call up JJ Jelensik and Margaret Brown.
JJ Jelensik, RPEA. You have a legal requirement to operate the system solely for the benefit of the beneficiaries. RPEA has pointed out year after year that your definition of success, and therefore where you pay bonuses, is way too low. I want to focus on the last two criteria, customer service and stakeholder engagement. Those levels of success were defined in 2024. On customer service, the lowest annual performance between 2016 and 2023 was 95%. That level would pay a bonus today of 75% of the targets. The lowest recorded performance pays 75% of the target bonus. I would point out that 5.9% of all retiree warrants could be late every month for a year, and you would declare that a success. Management would still get a bonus. I will admit, as one manager pointed out, but it's not the full bonus, and that's true. It would be only half the target bonus. But any bonus paid because less than 6% of retiree warrants were paid out late is a disgrace. I will tell you, RPA does not define that as a success. That level of performance would earn the CEO a bonus of $69,687. That is significantly less than the $209,000 bonus received for the exceptional performance if only 3% of the checks are late. I will tell you, RPA would define that as an exceptional failure. The stakeholder engagement, the lowest annual performance 2018 to 23 was 78.8%. That would earn no bonus. The next lowest was 79.64%. That would earn a bonus of 75% of the target. The poor CEO would only get a $104,000 bonus for performance in that category, the second lowest score ever. Bonus should be paid for outstanding performance, not merely for doing the job. Yet you pay bonuses for inconsistently meeting expectations. In other words, for doing the job sometimes. Finally, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record, but historically, you and the consultant have not cared. But there is no fiduciarily sound way of evaluating and rewarding investment performance without considering risk. I want to acknowledge that for the first time since I left the board, I have heard from the dais and from the consultant that, gee, maybe risks matter. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Margaret Brown, RPEA. I want to start out by thanking Ms. Middleton and Ms. Gallegos for your comments on not paying incentives when you don't beat the benchmark. I'm just categorizing it as that, but I appreciate those comments. And also, Ms. Gallegos, your comments about risk. We're taking a lot of risk with the portfolio mix we have, and that needs to be calculated into how that bonus is factored. When I was on the board and we brought in this consultant GGA, the CalPERS was really interested in increasing salaries and incentives to bring in higher skilled or differently skilled staff so that investments could be brought in-house, like the Canadian pension plans did, right? Bring it in-house, pay staff more, pay higher bonuses, but pay less to the GPs. Don't pay big fees. Don't pay carry interest. Keep it in-house. And so what happened? Salaries and incentives were raised and paid, but the investment were still outsourced. And as a matter of fact, they're even more outsourced than they were before. And so we're paying these huge salaries and huge incentives for our managers to manage managers. They're not actually making investments. They're not making the bets. They're picking and managing managers. And that was not the plan back then when GGA was brought in to help out. Going back to the issues with the incentive metrics, I have two main issues with them right now, and a lot of time I have. And one is using the CEM report as one of the metrics. It's a problem because CEM is supposedly using data, but that data is a secret. When we asked for it, it was provided and it was blacked out. And so to use blacked out data as an incentive metric, saying it's a true measurement, is false. If it can't be checked, if it's a secret, it shouldn't be used. The other issue is the reference portfolio or benchmark. Here at CalPERS, we always seem to beat the benchmark, even when our performance is low, but we beat the benchmark and so we get a bonus. Unlike the Canadian pension plan, that can't beat the benchmark, and that benchmark is public. It's an 85-15 mix with global public equities and then bonds. So I want to make sure that we understand who is setting that benchmark, who's setting that reference portfolio, can it be checked, and can it be verified? That's how you'll know if they're truly beating the benchmark. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. So at this time, we do need to take a vote. So what is the pleasure of the committee?
Move the recommendation.
Second.
I have a motion by Ms. Taylor and a second by Ms. Middleton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? Thank you for that. Ms. Tucker, we can move forward to action item 5B. Incentive plan for the Chief Executive Officer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Michelle Tucker, CalPERS team member. Item 5B is presented annually as part of the regular incentive plan cycle required under the board's compensation policy for executive and investment management positions. Recommendations for the Chief Executive Officer's fiscal year 26-27 incentive plan will be presented by the board's primary compensation consultant, Global Governance Advisors, and have been provided in Attachment 1 to this item. Based on the committee's earlier discussion and action on Agenda Item 5A, the annual review of incentive metrics, the CEO's annual incentive plan for fiscal year 26-27 will be updated to reflect the approved incentive metrics and scoring thresholds. So with that, I can turn it back over to GGA for their presentation.
Thank you, Ms. Tucker. I'll try and be brief because we had a lot of great discussion on the biggest, I would say, update to the CEO's incentive plan, which was the updated performance hurdles against the reference portfolio. But what I will point out is the other major change to this is GGA's recommendation to shift a little bit of the weighting within the CEO's plan. So taking 5% out of the enterprise operational effectiveness metric and moving that to an increased weighting on the total fund performance. And again, that is, in our view, in alignment with the move to TPA. What we've seen other leading TPA funds do is put a little bit higher weighting on total fund investment performance for that CEO position. It also, again, speaks to the importance of the success of TPA and of total fund performance for the organization, and aligns the enterprise operational effectiveness metric more in line with the other non-investment related but still quantifiable metrics within the CEO's plan. And I will say that this still results in 75% of the CEO's annual incentive being quantitative based, so you can actually measure our performance, and that's in the areas of total fund performance, the Invo CEM, enterprise operational effectiveness, customer service, as well as employee engagement or member engagement. And so we're still very comfortable with the 75-25 split that has that 25% weighting on those key business objectives and her leadership abilities. So again, tried to be pretty quick because there's not too many changes, and we've already talked about the performance hurdles piece, but happy to address any other questions you have on the recommendations specifically for the CEO's annual incentive moving forward.
Thank you for that report. I'm not seeing any other. I am. Ms. Gallegos.
Yeah, I would just echo what I said earlier about risk and incorporating that. I assume it would cut across all of the analysis we do.
Yeah, definitely. So if we end up making any changes to I would say that's on the total portfolio, the investment side of the equation, then we would definitely incorporate any of that risk element within the CEO's specific incentive as well. So yes, definitely we would do that.
Thank you. Ms. Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Landers. Essentially, this plan is unchanged except for moving from 15 to 20% of the incentive being quantitative based on the performance of the perf, correct?
That is correct, yeah. And then the EOE metric goes down 5 just to get the math. But yes, essentially that's the only material change.
So I continue to have concerns regarding incentive programs for individuals outside of the investment office, but I will set those aside and support this change.
And you've been quite consistent with that approach, Ms. Middleton, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gallegos.
Yes, so I'd just like to follow up on that because I wanted to get from your perspective why there is such a big emphasis on investment performance at the CEO level.
So I think it's important to realize that for the CEO, I know she obviously, unlike Stephen, doesn't have direct influence over the total fund performance, and that isn't necessarily the only part of her role, but it is still a part of the CEO's responsibilities. When you look across the board at pension funds of all different sizes, I can't think of one CEO that has an incentive program that doesn't have some level of weighting on total fund investment performance. I would say the ratio that Marcy has right now in her program is generally in the range of what we see for someone that doesn't have, call it direct oversight over investments. Usually it's in that 20 to 30% range, with the following 70% being tied to other aspects, which of course relate to managing the entire operation, obviously the whole pension administration side of the business. And so definitely if we had seen that Marcy was, say, had 75% weighting on solely incentives, on investment performance, that would obviously be a bit of a red flag. But given the role that she plays, given the level of oversight that she has versus what's delegated to Stephen, we feel like the range that she's in right now remains reasonable, in line with market for CEOs that have a similar sort of oversight responsibilities. And I think it's important to realize that, as the CEO, she needs to be tied to the performance of the fund, just so that everyone is sort of working towards the same direction. One of the things that came out through our research on TPA and some of the leading funds is there is that mentality that everyone is working towards that collective TPA goal of beating that reference portfolio, and therefore every single person, whether it's the CEO or investment staff, need to have some level of weighting on total fund. And so that, again, that's another, I think, rationale and reason for why the CEO has some level of weighting on the total fund side of things.
I would just say that her influence, because she's not managing assets, her influence is more on the culture and the collaboration. And so perhaps there is a way for us to build in more reward based on those metrics, which would lead to total fund performance, so that it's reflective of what she actually has control over.
Great points. The only thing I will point out, and I think Ms. Middleton brought up earlier, the more you get into the qualitative side of things, then you get into the discussion of, how do we, not sell, but essentially how do we justify this to the stakeholders? And if you can point to quantitative results to say that, we beat the benchmark by this basis points, this led to this level of value adds, so therefore that justifies the payout. I think it is that tricky balance between getting that quantitative and qualitative portion right. But that's definitely something we can look into. Maybe there is a slight shift that we do in the future around adding a little bit more qualitative on the collaboration side. I think naturally through some of the business objectives and that 25% qualitative side, some of that I think takes into account Marcy's ability to lead the organization, to affect the culture of the organization. So that is, I think it's built in already, but maybe there is a more overt way to make that clearer within the ratings. But again, we're pretty comfortable right now with where it's at, but definitely open to future suggestions as TPA plays out, and maybe there is a greater emphasis needed on that piece.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other public comment, so I think we can move into, we can move into public comments. Thank you. We can move into public comment. I have JJ Jelensik, John Frank, and Margaret Brown.
JJ Jelensik, RPEA. I made my comments on the last item. I had signed up for this just in case the chair decided that public comment was unduly burdensome and was going to cut the comment period short. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Frank. I'm the Area 2 Director of RPEA and a retired Director of Health and Social Services of the County of Humboldt. I'm here primarily to talk about, or to oppose your current plan to provide an additional bonus to our Chief Executive Officer. The basis of my opposition to this incentive is the demonstrated fact that when I first became involved in RPEA, we were $175 million underfunded in CalPERS. The last report I could find that Marcy had provided that was public document says we're $179 million underfunded right now. Billion, excuse me. I'm sorry. $1 billion underfunded. I question how you can give somebody a bonus making minimum standards of 150% and still say that you're doing an excellent job or a good job or a mediocre job. If the state treasurer or the state controller had a person in their employ who was making minimum standards, I would ask you, do you give them a bonus or do you give them an improvement plan? I took the liberty of mailing out to all my members the current salaries of all the people you give bonuses to. They unanimously, in the 5 districts that I represent, asked me to come down here and oppose this bonus plan.
until they meet the minimum standards. And the minimum standards to me is certainly bringing CalPERS up to 100% fully funded. I would like to address this gentleman's comment over here that said that you have the opportunity, or there's people, 200 people across the river that are looking for employees. If they want her, be my guest. Take her. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ms. Brown.
Thank you. Margaret Brown, RPEA. My comments from 5A about the issues with CEM, I'll repeat again here. Again, it's not quantitative if we can't see the data. It's not based on fact. The other issue, I think customer service numbers are based on quantitative issues, and we do get reports on that, and we see those numbers, and I think that's fine. Stakeholder engagement is a problem. You guys, CalPERS cannot get people to respond to the survey. We get lots of emails saying, please, 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 we don't have enough people responding to the survey. I think maybe, and I don't think the surveys are written scientifically. I don't know if CalPERS is writing them, but I would suggest that since you're awaiting a bonus for the CEO on stakeholder engagement on these surveys, that it should be written and administered by a third party, and it should be scientific, so it really is quantitative, not qualitative. I have an issue with the payout ratio, and I do agree with Ms. Middleton that there should not be incentives on non-investment staff. I think that's problematic. If you meet expectations, you should not get 100% bonus. If you meet expectations, you should keep your job. Thank you very much. If you consistently exceed expectations and you want to give the CEO a bonus, you could make that something like 10%. For Marcy Frost, that would be $60,000. And if you have exceptional performance, that number could be somewhere around 25%. But it should not be 1.5 times her salary. Last year's bonus of $766,000 was outrageous, considering that we're probably closer to $200 billion in unfunded liability. You have to wait until the auditors come out with all the local agencies to actually get that number. But we should not be paying incentives, these high incentives to the CEO or to other non-investment staff. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. That concludes public comment on 5B, which brings us to a vote. What is the pleasure of the committee?
Move approval.
Okay, just so that I'm clarifying too, we are moving for approval on the incentive plan of the CEO as presented. And I have a motion by Ms. Taylor and a second by Ms. Middleton. So if there's no other discussion by the committee, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any abstentions? The ayes have it. Thank you. And just to clarify, the vote on 5A was to approve the 26-27 incentive metrics as presented. So I don't remember if I stated that in the previous motion. So, okay, so those both pass. Thank you very much. We do not have any informational items other than committee direction. Ms. Tucker, Mr. Hoffner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have a few items noted for committee direction. One is to work with GGA to bring back consideration of risk for next year. Next is to look at having a mid-year checkpoint about risk as well as overall performance. Third, I had to bring back updates on availability of changing law or looking at the possibility of our CIO and CEO providing comment into these metrics. And then fourth is to have a discussion about qualitative ranges and performance in September.
Thank you for that. I do not have any items for public comment under 6B, but I do want to state since being on this board, I've gone from one end of the border of California to the other end of the border of California. And since being on this board, I believe I recorded mentally that we were roughly at $400 billion funded fund. We're now over 600 billion funded, which equates to over 50 billion each year, which is well over the amount that we pay in benefits on a yearly basis. So when I talk about people pushing for excellence, to me, that's what excellence is not just making those benefit payments on a yearly basis, but pushing above that. And I thank everybody for doing that and pushing that needle forward. So with that, we adjourn this committee. And I believe we'll take a lunch before we get into public comment. Do you want to start Okay, so we'll start health benefits at 11:30. Great, thank you.
open session for the, and we will continue with the rest of the Pension and Health Benefits Committee open session agenda. Please call the roll.
Romulo Lorcaba,
Yes. Aye.
Kevin
Here.
Pauke,
Good morning.
Monica Erickson,
Here.
Troy Johnson,
Here.
Patrick Henning for Fiona Ma,
Here.
David Miller, Teresa Taylor, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett.
Thank you. Good morning, board members. Because we are not all present in the same room and board members are participating from remote locations that are not accessible to the public, Bagley Cleaning requires the remote board members to make certain disclosures about any other persons present with them during open session. Accordingly, the board members participating remotely must each attest either that one, they are alone, or two, if there are one or more persons present with them who are at least 18 years old, the nature of the board's relationship to each person. At this time, I will ask each remote board member to verbally attest accordingly. Please conduct a roll call attestation. Thank you.
Dr. Gail Willis,
Yes, good morning. I do attest to the fact that I am alone. Thank you.
Thank you.
and Patrick Henning.
I am still all alone.
And we feel for you. We wish you were here. Thank you. So now we'll proceed to the executive report. Mr. Damos and Kim Amal, please.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Kim Malm, CalPERS team. In March, I shared that we kicked off the 2026 benefit verification cycle. This process is now conducted annually to prevent overpayments due to unreported deaths. In March, we sent approximately 14,000 letters to retirees that met specific risk criteria, such as age, benefit amount, length of time since they made contact with CalPERS, and the last time they saw their healthcare provider. We sent them reminders in April and in May, informing retirees if we did not receive their information by July 17th deadline. The August 1st warrants would be held. To date, a total of 326 deaths have been identified in the last couple of months, 233 of them in California and 103 in 21 other states. The unreported deaths have led to almost $3 million in overpayments. The team has successfully collected over $1.4 million of those overpayments, or about 46%. The benefit verification project continues to be an important tool as we continue to try and reduce overpayments. Next, I wanted to mention the recent wildfires in Southern California that affected some of our retirees. In late May, the team began tracking those potentially impacted and conducted outreach to 254 retirees who still received paper checks in those areas. We were offering them the opportunity to change to direct deposit or have their checks sent somewhere else so they would continue to receive those. Although only 2 retirees took us up on that offer to do direct deposit, I am proud of the team that proactively reached out to over 250 retirees. I also wanted to share the training we have recently been providing for our employers and retirees on working after retirement. On June 2nd, CalPERS hosted a webinar for employers focusing on hiring retired annuitants by membership type or state, school, and public agency, introducing a new questionnaire to help employers ensure compliance when hiring retired annuitants. The event drew over 1,500 employers and received positive feedback from the participants. The recording of this presentation was posted on our YouTube page yesterday. In addition to the webinar, we conducted 5 hiring retired annuitants a focus session, classes attended by 208 participants, both virtual and in person. These sessions were also designed for employers. However, they did not just cover the questionnaire like the webinar did. Instead, they addressed important considerations and rules related to hiring a retired annuitant. We're currently developing a video that aims to inform both employers and retirees about the rules and restrictions associated with post-retirement employment, and it's scheduled for completion on July 1st. Once finished, it'll be accessible on the CalPERS website on the retired annuitant page under Working After Retirement section. Next, I'd like to give you an update on our CalPERS benefits education events. We hosted an in-person CB in Anaheim on April 10th and 11th with almost 1,500 attendees and a 98.6% satisfaction rating for that event. We had 5 people retire on the spot. We just hosted an in-person CB in Reading on June 5th and 6th with 351 attendees with a 100% satisfaction rating for the event. While the Reading event does not attract the number of attendees like Anaheim does, since they are approximately 3 hours away from our closest regional office, it's very well received and appreciated that we go to that area. We had 3 people retire at that event. Our next in-person event will take place on July 10th and 11th in Santa Clara, and the remaining schedule for 2026 is just one virtual CB in August for August 12th and 13th. To close, I'd like to share some significant progress the call center has made recently. With several strategic changes, the call center achieved its first 100% day on May 12th. That means they answered every single call that came in that day. This milestone was unprecedented for our call center. Leadership improvements including initiating immediate use of detailed reporting on actual traffic data instead of daily averages, revealed a consistent surplus of agents at the end of the day and created a roadmap for better scheduling options. Team surveys led to the introduction of a 45-minute lunch option for improved lunch coverage and shift flexibility, as well as lunch overtime program, resulting in 21 hours of additional call coverage. Finally, calls are now prioritized first thing in the morning instead of workflows that are sent through the system to address peak call volumes in the morning more effectively. These scheduling changes have significantly impacted service levels, resulting in an average improvement of 29% over the last 4 months. The dedication of the contact center team and leadership has been instrumental in driving these enhancements. This concludes my comments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Mall. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee members? Vice Chair Pocky, please.
Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. That 100% means a lot to not just me, but every single active member out there. And for that, I truly, truly, truly applaud like every single one of you for that action. So, I mean, I just a few minutes ago spoke about excellence and pushing for excellence, and just moments later, thank you for this report. So,
You bet. We will absolutely be passing this on to the team. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mall. Oh, I'm sorry, President Taylor.
Kim, I want to thank you as well. But everything that you reported out on, you're always doing excellent on. Your staff that help us and our members, chef's kiss, always. But I've worked in a call center, and there are 2 big call centers that I've never heard of 100%. So that is amazing.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the 95% that you guys maintain is amazing, because we don't have that.
Yeah.
So
They
thank
work
you very
really
much.
hard,
I don't
so
know
thank
how
you.
you're doing it and how you're keeping those folks happy, so don't lose them.
Yeah, we have great leadership and management over the area and great team members that come every day and take those calls. So thank you for recognizing them, both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Call. Now we'll proceed with Don Moles.
Great. Mr. Rubalcava, members, I want to begin my comments with the preview of today's discussion of rates. I'll start with the positive. The rates you'll be hearing about today are a continuation of an encouraging trend. Today's overall rate increase, which is 4.98%, is over 3% lower than the rate we brought you last year. This will be the 3rd year in a row now that increases have gone down, and this is the first time since the COVID years that annual trend is under 5%. We still think that we can and should be doing better, but today's rates are a reflection of a number of important improvements to the CalPERS health program. a better PPO contract that includes a first-ever trend guarantee, a pharmacy contract that has already resulted in far better trend than we are seeing in drugs nationally, and reserves that are fully funded this year. I'll add that we are doing this at the same time that we're adding critical benefits like the family building benefit that Dr. Logan will be talking about in a bit, and at the same time we're making big investments in quality. Second, on the agenda is a recommendation that we remove United Healthcare's two basic plan offerings, their Alliance and Harmony plans, from our program beginning in 2027. The decision to bring this recommendation to you is not one made lightly, but as Rob is going to walk through, we really had no other option. The rates United was seeking were exorbitant and unsubstantiated and would have undercut affordability for our members and employers in both the short and the long term. Moreover, recommending them to you would have sent the wrong message to the rest of the health plans with which we contract. I'd like to thank United Healthcare, particularly their representatives in California, for the important partnership that we had with them for many years. It's regrettable that we were not able to reach agreement on a reasonable rate. The team has been working hard over the last few months to ensure that our members will continue to be able to see their current providers through other plans. We're going to continue to work to make sure that disruption is as minimal as possible. You're going to hear more about that too in just a minute. We continue to focus on advanced primary care as a key part of our health strategy to improve access, quality, equity, and affordability for our members. The model is patient-centered, team-based, integrates behavioral health, and emphasizes prevention, care coordination, and support for members with complex needs. We know primary care access and workforce capacity are real challenges in many parts of the state. To help guide our next steps, we've done market research and will be fielding a 5-county member access survey this summer. Currently, we're expanding access through community-based clinics, including federally qualified health centers. In Shasta County, as you know, we've partnered with Shasta Community Health Center, which brings together a network of about 115 primary care and specialty providers and meets medical home standards, along with aligned quality measures consistent with CalPERS' approach. Looking ahead, we're also exploring a more direct role in bringing online community-based primary care clinics in areas with access gaps. This would likely include partnerships with existing dedicated clinics and repurposing existing build to create primary care clinics dedicated to caring for CalPERS members. This builds on models used by other employers with on-site clinics, and it's informed by our analysis of our own claims data showing where members are underusing primary care and relying more on emergency and hospital care than is necessary. We're currently looking at potential sites and actively evaluating vendors. Julia will be sharing more details in her primary care and behavioral health updates in July, and we plan on bringing a formal recommendation on this to the board in September. I also want to provide an update on the evaluation of the CalPERS health regions used to price premiums for public agency and school health contracting employers. As we mentioned in previous committee meetings, healthcare market dynamics shift over time, sometimes rapidly, and it's best practice to periodically evaluate our regions, which CalPERS did last in 2018. At this time, the board approved the 3 large regions we have today. Since then, costs have further stratified, and our 3 regions have significant cost variation within and between them, as we discussed with you in March. We are now looking to define regions and corresponding premiums that allow CalPERS to compete more effectively on lower cost parts of the state and more accurately reflects the cost of care in higher cost areas. In April, we conducted an online survey of public agencies and schools. The CalPERS team has been modeling various options for how to configure new regions. We are analyzing options that strike a balance between the cost of healthcare per county, rate disruption, and member and administrative burden. We will return to you in July with options to consider showing each map and its corresponding cost and premium impacts. We have begun and will continue to communicate about this project to our employer partners and other stakeholders in upcoming board meetings and our ongoing employer leadership dialogues, but also directly with employers in a webinar specifically about regions in August and at the Education Forum in November. All of these activities are informing the development of the work and our ultimate recommendation to you. We look forward to returning with more detail about the survey results and specific regional models next month. That concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions before I turn things over to Dr. Logan to talk about the new family building benefit.
Thank you. Any comments from the committee? I would like to thank you, Don, and your shop, because something I mentioned earlier. Your shop is very innovative, and that's one thing that I think has allowed us, being a big purchaser of healthcare, to come forward with all these amazing advances. And the importance of primary care, I was going to do it later, Dr. Logan, but I think part of one thing that reflects it is how we're taking the lead in importance of primary care is the past initiative where we merged primary care so there could be an encounter on mental health screening. But most recently, Dr. Logan was co-author of an article about how we coalesce around primary care with other large purchasers here in California. And I want to commend her for that excellent job. So thank you. So I too want to applaud Dr. Logan and our staff. Thank you. I think thank you, Don. I think the next action is our action consent items. Do we have a motion? Move in second. Let me get my little talking points here. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oh, do we need a roll call? We need roll call. Sorry about that, folks. Roll call, please.
Aye.
Aye.
Troy Johnson.
Aye.
Patrick Henning.
Aye.
Thank you.
David Miller.
Aye.
Teresa Taylor.
Aye.
Yvonne Walker. Melissa Willett.
Okay, thank you. And that's for actions 3A and B, 3B together. Okay, now we're going into the informational consent items. I did not receive any indication from anybody we're going to hold it, so now we'll go into the next action item, which is the approval of preferred provider organization or fertility benefit design change, which is the implementation of state legislation, SB 729. Dr. Logan and Rob.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Julia Logan, CalPERS team member. This is Agenda Item 5A, approval of the Preferred Provider Organization Fertility Benefit Design Change. This is an action item. I'm very excited to share how we will support our members in building their families today. Today, I'll walk through Senate Bill 729, our research findings, and our recommendation for your approval. As you are aware, Senate Bill 729 was passed into law in 2024 and requires health plans regulated by the Department of Managed Healthcare, or the DMHC, to cover the diagnosis and treatment of infertility. This requirement applies to CalPERS HMO basic plans effective July 1st, 2027. To comply with this law and provide our members with the best possible benefit, we will implement a family building benefit for our HMO plans. While this law does not apply to our PPO plans, we recommend implementing these benefits for our PPO basic plans also to ensure that all basic members have equitable benefits. We've designed our family building benefit based on DMHC's guidance, which was last updated in February. This is a new benefit for many purchasers and health plans, and DMHC continues to update their guidance as the healthcare system works through the challenges and questions related to the benefit. We've been in regular contact with DMHC on this, and they've been really great partners. The really significant piece of all of this is that this law and our benefit provide equal family building access to heterosexual couples, LGBTQ plus couples, and single parents. So what will this family building benefit cover? We will cover a comprehensive suite of benefits to diagnose and treat infertility, including fertility-related testing, in vitro fertilization or IVF, including 3 attempts to retrieve sperm or eggs, and unlimited embryo transfers. Medications, counseling as needed to ensure that members understand their family building options, 5 years of cryopreservation and storage, surrogacy, and I wanted to just pause on this one a little bit because while it's part of SB 729, it's not something that has traditionally been included by many fertility providers. Because surrogacy arrangements are complex, it's important to note that we do not cover compensation to a surrogate for carrying a pregnancy, nor all associated non-medical or uncovered legal costs. Coverage is limited to eligible medical fertility services and medications. Essentially, we will cover fertility services for a surrogate that we would cover for the member. We will also cover basic adoption support for members who need resources to adopt a child, like information and referrals. Over the last several months, we've been gathering information from our health plans and fertility vendors to better understand what a family building benefit could look like. Based on our research, we believe using a fertility vendor is the best option for our members. And there are a few reasons for that. First is experience. Fertility vendors specialize in infertility care and typically have much deeper experience in this space, including services like surrogacy support that I just mentioned. There are also set standards for the providers and their networks and require reporting on outcomes and key data points. This allows them to offer performance guarantees and gives us clearer data to monitor utilization, outcomes, and costs once the benefit is implemented. And you may know that the fertility industry itself has historically been rife with some unscrupulous actors exploiting the anxieties of prospective parents pushing unproven and often risky treatments. Vendors are able to navigate this complicated space and put needed guardrails around the networks and standards. The second is access. The vendors we spoke with all have statewide networks, so members across California can access care. They also provide patient care advocates who help guide members through the process, finding providers, navigating treatment options, and helping with billing. That kind of support can make a big difference for members going through what can be a very complex and emotional journey. The third is affordability. Vendors consistently came in with the most competitive pricing. Vendors have experience and data in this area, which helps them predict utilization and price the benefit accurately, allowing for predictability in rate setting. We were also able to secure performance guarantees related to quality and cost by going through a vendor. Finally is equity. Having a single vendor administer the benefit would create a more consistent experience for our members. Even when benefits are technically the same across plans, how they're implemented can vary. Using one vendor helps standardize access, services, and support so members have a much more equitable experience regardless of their health plan. Based on the reasons on the prior slide that we just talked about, we also believe that Progeny is the right vendor for us to partner with. Progeny is a leading fertility vendor with over 10 years of experience in California and currently covers more than 540,000 lives in our state. They're committed to taking care of each and every member that needs this benefit and will provide them with high-quality, equitable care. They're able to provide the comprehensive suite of family-building benefits, including all necessary medications and support for adoption. Progeny has high standards for its network and provides superior access to high-quality reproductive endocrinologists and infertility specialists statewide. 92% of HMO and PPO members live within 50 miles of a provider. They've also committed to addressing underserved markets and to continuously monitor and adjust their networks as needed. We know that many of our members have been waiting for this benefit for a long time, so Progeny will expedite setting appointments and begin taking calls before July 1st, 2027, so that members can access care as soon as the benefit is effective. And finally, Progeny provided the most competitive costs and performance guarantees related to cost, quality, and safety for 4.5 years. They really committed to meeting our high standards on price, equity, and quality. So how much will this cost? We've worked hard to develop the most cost-effective solution. For 2027, the projected impact is $2.91 per member per month, which amounts to an average premium increase of 0.3% for our basic members. Because this benefit is starting mid-year in 2027, we'll see the second half of the costs associated in 2028's premiums. Let's talk about our current implementation plan. Our approach is to require all HMO plans except Kaiser to offer the benefit through Progeny. We've used our market leverage to negotiate a non-binding memorandum of understanding with competitive pricing and terms. Each health plan will contract with Progeny using these agreed-upon terms, and Progeny will manage the full family building benefit, including prescription drugs. Because we have negotiated a very competitive arrangement that provides the best value for our members, we're working with the Department of Managed Healthcare to ensure compliance with state regulations. For Kaiser, we believe it makes the most sense for them to administer the benefit themselves. Their care model, as you know, is fully integrated, including pharmacy, which allows members to move seamlessly through care with their primary care team and their specialist team together. Kaiser members will access services through Kaiser fertility clinics, consistent with how they manage their other benefits. While we worked on the HMO family building benefit, we also considered the implications for our PPO members. Based on our research, we recommend approval of the family building benefit for our basic PPO plans. Implementing this benefit for both HMO and PPO plans at the same time ensures parity and equity for all our members across all our basic plans. Many members, as I mentioned, have been waiting years for this benefit, and some may switch from a PPO to an HMO to access it, knowing it becomes available in July 2027. Vendors and other employers we've spoken with have seen this kind of movement when the benefit is only offered in certain plans. Implementing it across our basic program simultaneously eliminates that risk. And PPO members would not need to choose between and disrupt their regular non-infertility-related care to access infertility-related care. Finally, by implementing this benefit at the same time across our basic program actually led to better pricing from vendors. Progeny estimates that rolling this out across all plans together will reduce costs by about 10% compared to launching it for HMOs only. So on to next steps. Upon the committee's approval of the PPO benefit, we will work with our health plans to lay out the necessary implementation activities to ensure a smooth rollout for our members. We will also communicate the changes to our members ahead of open enrollment. And as a reminder, this is an action item, so it will require a committee vote specifically to add fertility benefits for the PPO. That's my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions or comments?
We couldn't hear you. You're going to have to repeat that.
Any comments or questions from the committee, please? Well, I do want to again commend Dr. Logan and the staff for an admirable job in implementing this new legislative benefit. And excellent job. And I'm very happy with the due diligence your staff went through to choose the final vendor. It's a beautiful thing, and extending it to PPO. I do have a question. I know that the California Department of Managed Healthcare provided the guidance. Do we expect, and that took some time, do we expect any more amendments to the guidance in the future or after it's implemented or anything like that?
Yeah, so that's always possible, minor tweaks along the way. For large group plans in California, it got rolled out in January, and so a lot of the kinks and the questions have been essentially worked out. So I anticipate that by July of 2027, we'll have a very clear idea of what the benefit will be, and we already do, essentially.
Okay. And when, I know there's going to be a robust communication program to promote the family building benefit. When do we think we will start to see some of that before open enrollment? We can see some of it?
In open enrollment.
In open enrollment,
yes.
because it doesn't,
Yes.
effective date is July 1, so.
Yes, we're already drafting the language for that.
Sounds good,
Yes.
July 2027. Okay, thank you very much. I think at this point is an appropriate time to take a lunch break. Is that okay?
Did you want to vote before
Oh,
we?
sorry, oh, so sorry. Details, yes. This is a historic vote, actually, on a historic benefit. So, of course, we want to take a vote. So, do I have a motion?
So, Chair Rubalcava, I would like to motion to approve the family building benefit for our PPO basic plans effective July 1st, 2027.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And Mr. David Miller was second. And now we'll call for, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Oh, we have roll call, sorry. Roll call vote, please.
Kevin Pauke,
Aye.
Monica Erickson,
Aye.
Troy Johnson,
Aye.
Patrick Henning,
Aye.
David Miller,
Aye.
Teresa Taylor,
Aye.
Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willette.
Great, we have a successful motion and looking forward to implementation. Thank you, everybody. And now we'll have a lunch break. We'll be back at 12:45. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. We're reconvening the Pension and Health Benefits Committee. And the next item of business is information item, agenda item number 6A, the preliminary 2027 plan premiums. Don Moles and Rob Jarzombeck, please. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Rob Jarzombeck, CalPERS team member. This is an information item to update you on the preliminary 2027 premiums for CalPERS basic and Medicare plans. This is an annual process where the CalPERS team engages with health plans and negotiates rates for our members and employers. Here's today's agenda. We'll begin with a timeline for the rate development process, walk through the process by which we set premiums, and look at the weighted averages for basic and Medicare plans. Next, we'll discuss several recommendations given the unique landscape we're in this year. We'll then go through individual plan slides and end with next steps. Starting with the timeline, last November, the board approved service area expansions for Kaiser Permanente into northwestern Nevada and Blue Shield's EPO plan into the remaining California zip codes that do not have an HMO option. You also approved a product change for Blue Shield's Medicare Advantage plan. Next month, we will present the proposed final premiums for your adoption at the board offsite. Let's start by going over the process we use to set premiums each year. This information might be well understood by some, but we want to walk through it again so everyone has the same foundation here today. As an active purchaser of health benefits, CalPERS sets health premiums annually through our rate development process, and we negotiate methodically to achieve the most competitive premiums possible. The negotiation process that we follow to set premiums is quite detailed and data-driven. Here are the key steps. To begin, we create a baseline premium projection for each health plan by using information from our data warehouse and financial reconciliation processes with the plans. In doing this, we require the plans to use a standardized methodology to allow for detailed analysis of trends at the plan level. For example, there are multiple factors that impact pricing, such as changes in enrollment, geographic mix, provider contract negotiations, and the health status of members, among others. We require plans to report all changes in uniform categories so we can compare their projections to each other as well as to CalPERS projections. This approach enhances transparency and improves our negotiating position. Next, we compare each plan's premium proposal against actual cost and utilization trends using claims data from our data warehouse. This includes utilization trends such as emergency room visits, hospital stays, and office visits, cost trends such as the costs for services and pharmaceuticals, and any benefit design or service area changes. We also compare the health plan's trends with industry trends, such as large group rate filings with the Department of Managed Healthcare and other state entities. We then meet with each plan individually to walk through their data and assumptions and talk through the differences between our projections and their proposal. CalPERS' negotiating position is greatly enhanced thanks to our comprehensive data warehouse, transparent invoicing processes, and standardized methodology to identify trends at the plan level. All of these improve our ability to project plan premiums independently from the health plans and help conduct focused negotiations with each plan. Additionally, we require each health plan submit an actuarial certification for their projections to certify the accuracy and validity of their projections. We also engage an independent actuarial consulting firm to conduct a third-party verification and review of all rate projections. This comprehensive strategy enables CalPERS to negotiate efficiently and avoid unwarranted premium increases from being passed on to members and employers. Once we have determined the premiums are reasonable and align with our projections, we apply a risk adjustment to the basic plans. We do not risk adjust the Medicare plans, as this is done by CMS through their own process. Risk adjustment of the basic plans allows us to price plans based on the value of their benefit design and network, rather on the concentration of healthy or unhealthy lives in a plan. This pushes the plans to compete on the cost and quality of care instead of on their ability to attract younger and healthier members. The last item on this slide is how we set premiums for public agency and schools, as there's an extra step to that process. We start with the state premium calculated for the state of California and CSU members. Despite the fact there are state employees in every county, the state as an employer uses the same pay scale, classifications, and benefit structure for everyone. Therefore, they use the same premiums regardless of where state employees reside. In contrast, we have 3 pricing regions for our contracting agencies, 1 in Northern California and 2 in Southern California. Here are the 2027 basic plan premiums and weighted averages. Overall, we're seeing a lot of positives this year, such as improved pharmacy pricing thanks to our stronger contract with CVS. The improved funded status of the healthcare fund allows us to be less conservative in pricing the PPO plans. Our new PPO and PBM contracts include performance guarantees for controlling costs that insulate CalPERS from significant losses. And we're largely seeing positive pricing from Kaiser this year. We are not showing United Healthcare Alliance or Harmony plans on this slide, as we are recommending removal of UHC's basic plans from our portfolio going forward. Additionally, we are recommending adding the Sutter Health Plan to our program, and that premium is included in the chart. We will talk about this in detail in the recommendations section of the presentation. Here are the Medicare premiums. The Medicare Advantage premiums have an average increase of just over 1%, which is 7% better than last year. This is because the premiums for Kaiser's Medicare Advantage plans are experiencing a decrease next year. It's also worth noting that our integrated plans, such as Kaiser and Sharp, are showing dramatically lower premiums than the broad network Medicare Advantage plans. And as we've previously discussed, CMS subsidies for pharmacy costs have been changing in recent years, and this has impacted plans differently. In general, the subsidy changes tend to benefit the integrated plans like Kaiser and Sharp, but not the other plans. For the Medicare supplemental premiums, they will remain flat for 2027. This is because the medical costs for the PERS Platinum MedSup plan are slightly below our projections due to lower than projected utilization. This slide shows everything rolled up, with the 2027 weighted average changes for each plan type and a comparison to last year's increases. The basic plan weighted average is 5.8%. The Medicare weighted average is 0.51%. And the overall program average is 4.98%. This year's premiums are a significant improvement on last year's and are a continuation of a 3-year run of lower year-over-year increases. Projections for national and state 2027 premium trend are just starting to emerge, but ours should be significantly lower than either. Now let's take a look at our recommendations, and the first is about United Healthcare's basic plans. UHC's Alliance Basic Plan joined the CalPERS Health Program in 2014, and UHC Harmony joined in 2022. Both have served CalPERS and our members well, as UHC has regularly received high member satisfaction scores and achieved high clinical quality outcomes for members. Unfortunately, UHC's basic plans came in with extremely high and unsubstantiated rate increases for 2027. Despite negotiation, UHC was unwilling to bring rates down sufficiently. So in support of CalPERS' mission to provide affordable, equitable, accessible, and high-quality healthcare, we're recommending removal of UHC's basic plans. This recommendation is for 2027 and is not retrospective. We are also recommending CalPERS enter a new contract with Sutter Health Plan. These two recommendations clearly show that CalPERS is an active purchaser and will move to protect members and employers from inappropriately high rate increases. We're also recommending a product change for UHC's Medicare Advantage plan. This product change will separate UHC's medical and pharmacy plans, which will result in higher reimbursements from CMS. This is the same product change you approved for Blue Shield's Medicare Advantage plan last November. Our two other recommendations impact the basic PPO plans. We propose reducing the surcharge by half and adding the family building benefits to these plans at the same time they're added to the HMO plans, which you approved earlier. We'll talk about the surcharge reduction when we go through the individual plan details later in this presentation. Let's walk through our first recommendation. UHC's rate submissions were significantly higher than our rate buildup and where we expected their rate to be. We met with UHC multiple times at various levels, and they were unable to justify the discrepancies. We worked closely with UHC so that they understood our projections and instructed them to submit an additional submission in April. Unfortunately, there was not much movement with any of their submissions. UHC's final rate submissions were not reasonable and not at all close to our projections. The proposed increases would have equated to an additional $167 million that CalPERS members and employers would have had to pay in premiums next year. Given the unsubstantiated premium increases on their basic plans, we considered viable options to remove them from our program at the end of 2026, while ensuring our members still have access to the providers they're seeing today. Let's look at the UHC basic plans so we all understand who is in them and what access they provide. UHC Alliance is in 26 counties throughout California. It is the only mid-price plan that provides members access to the Sutter Health System here in the greater Sacramento area. These are the counties of Sacramento, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Solano, Placer, and Yolo. It includes a large number of state employees, as the state employer contribution for health typically covers the entire premium for a single person. Other HMO plans, such as Anthem Traditional, Anthem Select, and Blue Shield Access Plus, provide access to the same providers in the Alliance network, but Alliance is the only mid-price plan in the area that includes access to the Sutter Health System. There are just over 80,000 members in this plan. Harmony is a narrow network plan in 10 counties. All of the providers in the Harmony network are also available through other HMO plans. Harmony's current enrollment is 13,500 members. Given we were unable to come to agreement on UHC's premium increases, we recommend removing their basic plans from our program. Let's talk about the transition plan for Alliance, as this is where we have the greatest potential for member disruption. As I mentioned, the majority of members in this plan are state employees, as only about 20% of their members come from a public agency or school. There is high enrollment in the Sacramento area in particular, with the majority of those members assigned to clinicians at the Sutter Health System. So, solving the Sutter issue was a high priority. Therefore, we reached out to the Sutter Health Plan to explore potentially adding them to the CalPERS Health Program. Let's now talk more about who the Sutter Health Plan is and our recommendation to add them to our program. The Sutter Health Plan is a fully integrated health plan that started in 2014. It operates in a coordinated way across its clinicians and hospitals, similar to other integrated plans in our program, like Kaiser and Sharp. Plans with this kind of integrated structure often achieve stronger clinical outcomes because care is better coordinated. In addition, it receives high ratings on quality and service through NCQA, which is the National Committee for Quality Assurance. The Sutter Health Plan serves about 115,000 basic members across 16 counties and has a network of 8,000 clinicians and 33 hospitals. For CalPERS, we are recommending a 6-county service area, as this largely matches the service area that UHC Alliance has with the Sutter Health System. Those counties are Sacramento, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Solano, Placer, and Yolo. We recommend entering a 2-year contract with Sutter Health Plan, as this will align with the end dates of all our other HMO contracts. The contract with Sutter Health Plan will contain the same strong terms and conditions that we have in all other HMO contracts. Also, for this arrangement, members will continue to have their outpatient pharmacy benefits provided by CVS through the CalPERS contract, which is how this is set up for UHC Alliance and Harmony members today. UHC Alliance members joining the Sutter Health Plan next year will see a rate increase of 7.9% over what they are paying in UHC premiums this year. So there's definitely a lot of positives about contracting with the Sutter Health Plan. However, we want to acknowledge that there is no exact fit that fully replicates the experience UHC Alliance members in particular have today. There are a couple of considerations to discuss. The first will affect members in combination plans. This is where one member of the family is in a basic plan and another is in a Medicare plan. This creates a challenge for the approximately 800 families, or about 1,800 members, who are in UHC combination plans and receive services through Sutter Health System. Through conversations with Sutter Health Plan and a potential Medicare Advantage plan they recently began partnering with, we quickly realized that creating a Sutter-based Medicare Advantage plan for January 1st, 2027 was unwise. Having one in place for a 2028 start or beyond is much more realistic. Without a Sutter-based Medicare plan, current UHC combo members receiving services through the Sutter Health System will have to find a new plan with both a basic and Medicare product. However, this is not a unique challenge. Neither HealthNet Saluti Moss or Western Health Advantage basic plans have a corresponding Medicare plan. And for years, the same was true for Blue Shield, Anthem, and Sharp. Another area of potential member disruption is behavioral health. Currently, UHC Alliance members use the Optum Behavioral Health Network. However, Sutter Health Plan contracts exclusively with Carelon for behavioral health services. We are working closely with Sutter Health Plan to determine the current provider overlap, which Sutter puts at 80%. Specifically, we are working with Sutter to identify high-impact providers in critical areas so they can potentially add them to the network to ensure as high a level as possible in continuity and better access for members. We raise these issues as we want to be transparent about the areas that could cause member disruption. We strive to make transitions like this as seamless as possible, but that will not be the case for some members. I'll pause here for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sombach. Rob, thank you. Any comments from or questions from the committee? Trustee David Miller.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Just more comments, just really impressed with the work. I think it's, as much as our members liked their coverage, the fact that their provider just would not work with us, and really seeing those numbers, it's just they just were not being reasonable, and I think we're making the right decision here. I think we will make the right decision based on staff's recommendations. Ultimately, I am really pleased to see Sutter coming in. I know just anecdotally, a lot of our members have been very happy with Sutter, and in particular, the behavioral health coverage through Sutter. So I'm hoping that ultimately that can be the issues of the coverage can be resolved, because I think they've developed quite a reputation for doing a good job with behavioral health coverage. So I hope that that will work out to our advantage as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Any more questions or comments? Before you proceed, Mr. Jarzobek, I do have a comment or a question. In the presentation on how CalPERS sets premiums, you talked about applying risk adjustment, what have you. But one thing that CalPERS prides itself upon is making sure quality care, and we have some incentives, and we develop some quality alignment measure sets. So, there's a percentage of premium at risk.
Yes, and I'm actually going to get to that in a slide
you will.
here.
Okay, then I'll
coming
wait.
up. Okay.
I will wait. Okay, thank you. Please proceed then.
Okay, so slide 14. Now let's talk through how we are going to support members through this transition and the next steps for exiting UHC's basic plans. Starting in July, we will begin our communication campaign to both members and employers, informing them of the upcoming removal of UHC Alliance and Harmony plans. We will encourage members to compare and select the best plan for themselves and their families during open enrollment. While we will do our best to map the most appropriate plan for members as part of CalPERS' administrative transfer process after open enrollment, there may be specific clinician or facility preferences that we can't predict or know. Therefore, we will strongly recommend that members use our online tools to help ensure they will be in the right plan come next year. Let's talk more about the criteria we use when setting up the administrative transfer process. When there is a planned termination or exit from a service area, we need to determine the plan for members to be transferred into should they not make an active plan choice during open enrollment. For the UHC Basic Plans exit, we're looking at this from two key angles to ensure we transfer members to the plan that makes the most sense for them. The key criteria are provider continuity and premium impact. We look at provider continuity to ensure the member and their family can continue with the same provider relationship they have today where possible. For this, we strive for a match with the medical group associated with the assigned primary care physician. We also look at the premium impact to members. We want to transfer members to the lowest price plan that allows access to their provider. With the unique service areas that Alliance and Harmony both have, there will be multiple admin transfer plans for each plan. There will be at least 2 for Alliance, as the Sutter Health Plan will be available in 6 counties in the Greater Sacramento area, but there are other counties in the Alliance service area to cover. For Harmony, there may be even more admin transfer plans, as we want to be mindful of the key criteria I just mentioned. Another potential change for the non-Sutter UHC members is with outpatient pharmacy benefits. This is because any UHC basic members moving to Blue Shield Access Plus or TRIO will no longer receive their outpatient pharmacy benefits through CVS. This is because Blue Shield provides its own pharmacy benefits with a slightly different formulary than what UHC members receive from CVS today. We take these criteria into consideration and are finalizing the administrative transfer plans now. We will share them at the July offsite. The migration of the UHC members will cause small fluctuations in the premiums for Anthem Select and Blue Shield Access Plus, as they will receive the majority of these members. We will update you on any premium changes in July. And like with all admin transfer plans we determine, we will still encourage members to do their own review of costs and network. Here are the next steps for the Sutter Health Plan. First, we need to come to agreement with Sutter Health Plan on the many terms and conditions we have in our contract. I'm pleased to report that we have made good progress. Our goal is to have agreement on all terms and conditions by the end of June, so we are ready to formally recommend adding the Sutter Health Plan at the July offsite. And of course, we are preparing our implementation activities to bring on Sutter Health Plan. A key item of this is our communication campaign, which I'll go through in detail in the next couple of slides. We've already begun reaching out across the enterprise to the many business areas that are needed to support this new plan, which includes resources from IT to make updates to the CalPERS system. We're also developing resources for our team members in the call center, regional offices, and health teams so we can all answer questions and inquiries that will come in. Member support in open enrollment is always important, And with the exit of UHC's basic plans, it's even more critical this year. Therefore, we're using our targeted member letters as a way to explain the situation, provide information and resources, and help members make an informed decision. Impacted members will also receive an email and a custom message on their health plan statement and on the My CalPERS page. In addition to the targeted member letters, we communicate through a variety of channels from July through October. This includes emails about what is changing, how to make a plan change, factors to consider when shopping for a new plan, and reminders when open enrollment is beginning and ending. We encourage our members to utilize the available resources when evaluating their options so they can make an informed decision for themselves and their families. In addition to targeted letters, members will also receive an email and a custom message on their health plan statement. And in September, we'll host our annual member webinar, where we'll explain all of the health plan changes in detail and allow members to submit their questions for live answers. For our employers, we extensively communicate health plan changes to ensure they have what they need to assist their employees with any questions or concerns. We start communicating in late June with a circular letter that provides an overview of open enrollment resources and what to expect. In July, they have the opportunity to request open enrollment health fairs with our health plans, and through October, we send emails and employer bulletins with helpful resources and reminders. And just as we do for members, we hold an annual webinar for employers in September where we provide details on upcoming plan changes and where they also have the opportunity to submit their questions. Next, an update on QAMS, or the Quality Alignment Measure Set. We adopted the QAMS incentive structure for the basic HMO plans in 2024. We now have the data and have assessed the plan's performance for that year. For 2024, 1% of each HMO plan's total gross premium is at risk for performance on the QAMS if the plan does not meet the 66th percentile nationally. The total amount at risk for QAMS increases by 1% per year up to 4% in 2027. Our goal is to not collect any penalty dollars, as we would greatly prefer that our plans improve the clinical quality outcomes for our members. With the assessment now complete, all plans, with the exception of Kaiser, owe CalPERS a penalty for their 2024 performance. We are in the process of collecting $11.9 million, which will be used to lower premiums. Each basic HMO plan's 2027 premium has been reduced by $1.13 per member per month. Next month at the board offsite, Dr. Logan will present the plan-specific QAMS results for 2024. The final item to discuss before walking through the individual plan slides is the potential MCO tax. In the state's proposed budget for next fiscal year, the governor included a managed care organization tax to generate funding for Medi-Cal. As background, recent federal legislation signed by President Trump changed the rules to now apply the MCO tax equally to Medicaid and commercial plans, which includes CalPERS. The idea here is to tax managed care organizations and use that revenue to allow the state of California to draw down additional federal matching funds. The tax would apply to fully insured or flex-funded basic plans. It would not apply to self-funded basic plans or Medicare plans. The tax is roughly $9 per member per month and equates to about $95 million. The timing with this is challenging, as the state's budget needs to be approved by July 1st and is rarely approved ahead of time. Our rate-setting process and applicable statutes require our rates to be made public 30 days in advance of their approval by the board. We'll continue to monitor this at the state and federal levels. We have instructed the health plans to not include any funds for this potential tax in their 2027 premiums. However, if passed, it will impact 2028 premiums. Now let's go through the individual plan slides, starting with the basic HMOs. The premiums we're showing you reflect the new family building benefits mandated by SB 729 for CalPERS HMO plans effective July 1st, 2027, and the same benefits you approved earlier for the basic PPOs effective the same time. Because this benefit is starting mid-year 2027, we will see the second half of the cost associated in 2028's premiums. The first plan to go through is Anthem Select. To orient everyone to the information on these individual plan slides, I'll walk through this first one in greater detail. The table on the left shows the 2026 and the proposed 2027 premiums before and after risk adjustment, which is a 11.38% increase. The cost driver chart on the right shows a breakdown of the premium impacts by component. The first bar is medical costs, and they contribute about 10% to the premium increase. The next bar is pharmacy, and it contributes about 4% to the increase. The third bar is labeled program changes and includes the net premium impact of 0.22%. This is from adding the fertility benefits as well as a premium offset from the 2024 QAMS performance measures. The fourth bar is for risk mitigation impact, which has a negative 2.5% impact. This bar shows in the negative as it is less than what Anthem Select contributed to risk adjustment last year. And a reminder regarding risk scores. Plans with a risk score of greater than 1, with 1 being the average, have sicker lives and their premium is lowered with the impact of risk adjustment. Plans with risk scores less than 1 have healthier lives and will see risk adjustment increase their premium. Anthem Select has a risk score of less than 1. It's 0.9715, meaning that the plan has healthier than average members in the basic portfolio. Therefore, the 2027 premium is increased by $50.75. That amount is shown in the fourth column in the table on the left. Again, this bar in the chart on the right shows in the negative, and it is less than what Anthem Select contributed to risk adjustment last year. So in 2026, they have a less healthy population than in 2025, therefore you see a negative bar. Adding all this together, the light green bar shows an overall 11.38% increase. I'll pause here in case there are any questions on how to interpret this information. Okay. Now let's look at Anthem Traditional. This is a broad network plan offered in many high-cost, low-competition areas of the state. Traditional's 2027 premium increase is about 7.5% and is largely driven by medical costs. Next is Blue Shield Access Plus. Access Plus has a premium increase of 11%. In addition to general rising medical costs, this plan is also impacted by a cost in Monterey. As a reminder, the board approved swapping Trio with Access Plus in Monterey starting this year. Access Plus now serves more than 70% of the HMO members in Monterey, and provider costs have increased beyond Blue Shield's initial projections. The additional Monterey costs contribute approximately 1.6% to the premium increase statewide for this plan. And now to Trio. Trio is one of the low premium plans available in 20 counties. The proposed 2027 premium increase is just under 3.75%. Next is HealthNet Saluti Moss, which is a very narrow network plan that provides services in 6 Southern California counties, as well as in Mexico. Their proposed 2027 premium increase is about 8.5%. Medical costs contribute just under 7% to the premium increase, and pharmacy contributed a little over 2.5%. Saluti Moss continues to be our lowest premium basic plan thanks to its low-cost narrow network and Southern California service area. Their membership has been growing and increased by 8.5% in 2026. Next is Kaiser Permanente, which is the largest health plan in our portfolio and makes up about half of the total basic membership. The proposed 2027 premium increase is just under 2.5%. While Kaiser has the lowest premium increase of the basic plans, we do need to continue working with them in the coming years to ensure their medical trend remains low and consistent with where they were previously able to maintain it. As a fully integrated system, they should have a consistently low medical trend. The health status of Kaiser members also decreased, which means they are contributing less to risk adjustment than the previous year. There are 2 additional tables on this slide, as Kaiser has different rates for their current out-of-state plan and their new Kaiser Permanente Nevada plan. The premiums for these plans are both set on their book of business rates in those areas and not on the CalPERS specific membership, as is done when setting their in-state premium. Moving to Sharp. Sharp's preliminary 2027 premium increase is 6.44%. Medical accounts for about 5% of the increase, while pharmacy contributed about 2.75%. Next is the new Sutter Health Plan that we recommend adding to our basic program for next year. The plan will be available to CalPERS members in 6 Northern California counties, which again are Sacramento, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, Solano, Placer, and Yolo, and it will provide members with access to the Sutter Health system. As I mentioned earlier, UHC Alliance members joining the Sutter Health Plan next year will see a rate increase of 7.9% above what they are paying in UHC premiums for 2026. Rounding out the basic HMO plans is Western Health Advantage. Their increase is just over 6.25% and is primarily driven by medical costs. Now let's talk about the basic PPO plans and our recommendation to reduce the surcharge by half. There has been a reserve funding shortfall for our PPO plan since 2021. That year, the fund balance fell below 90% of actuarial reserves and continued to decrease through 2023. This was mainly due to a combination of premium buydowns for plan years 2020, 2021, and 2022, and the unexpected high healthcare costs for a couple of years post-COVID. After a few years of premium surcharges, we've seen great improvements in the PPO fund. As we reported in April's Finance and Administration Committee, the funded status has increased to 81% at the end of 2025, and we expect it to reach the required 90% reserve benchmark in 2026. Therefore, we recommend reducing the premium surcharge for the 2027 basic PPO plan premiums by 50%, with the goal of fully eliminating the surcharge for 2028. Eliminating the surcharge over 2 years mitigates the risk of large premium swings and destabilizing member migration that would be more likely to occur if CalPERS were to eliminate the surcharge over a single year. The premiums shown here reflect the reduced surcharge. These premiums also reflect the cost of the new family building benefit, which has a 0.3% impact for 2027. The overall rate increase is projected at 7.34% for the basic PPO plans. Medical costs continue to be the main driver at 9.5%, with the PERS Platinum experience being higher than expected. This is primarily driven by the migration of healthier members out of the plan. In contrast, PERS Gold reported more favorable medical trends. Pharmacy costs performed within expectations. The 2027 premium is offset by the reduced surcharge amount. Specifically, the surcharges have been reduced in half. For PERS Platinum, it's going from 4% to 2%, and for PERS Gold, from 5% to 2.5%. Risk adjustment also helps moderate the PPO rate increase by offsetting the healthy members who exited the PPOs. And as you know, 2025 was the first year of our new contracts with Blue Shield and Included Health. These contracts include new total cost of care performance guarantees, and the preliminary results are that both entities will owe money to CalPERS. We continue to complete the complex data analyses to ensure the claims data we are using in this very important calculation are both accurate and complete. The official calculation will be performed once we have full runout from the 2025 plan year, which is expected to occur in the coming months. We look forward to reporting back to the board the final impact of the performance guarantees on both the total cost of care and clinical quality measures. This slide shows the 2027 basic plan premiums and their replacement in our program. It also reflects the removal of the UHC basic plans and the addition of the Sutter Health Plan. The Sutter Health Plan comes in right above Kaiser Permanente, which dropped two places below Anthem Select and Blue Shield Access Plus. Blue Shield Trio also dropped one place just below Sharp. I'll pause here for any questions before moving on to the Medicare plans.
Trustee Walker, please.
Thank you. Rob, I don't remember you saying the zip codes that the Kaiser Nevada gonna cover.
I don't have those with me, but we are posting them online tomorrow, and it'll be ready in our open enrollment resources and plan changes for next year.
Right, yeah, because that's a question I get a lot, and I just want to make sure we're there. Thank you.
Thank you. Please continue.
Okay.
Brown.
So now let's talk about Medicare. The impacts of the Inflation Reduction Act are starting to take effect, and we see this positively benefiting the well-managed Medicare Advantage plans that have their own networks. Kaiser's MA plans are seeing a decrease in premiums, and Sharp continues to be a much lower cost option in our program. By contrast, the Medicare Advantage plans of UHC, Blue Shield, and Anthem are significantly more expensive. And as we've previously discussed, CMS subsidies for pharmacy costs have been changing in recent years, and this has impacted the plans differently. In general, the subsidy changes tend to benefit integrated plans like Kaiser and Sharp, but not the other plans. This is because they're able to control their prescribing habits better and use less brand name drugs and more generics, which helps keep costs down. For the Med-Sup plan, it's a higher price plan because it uses the broadest PPO network available and includes all providers who participate in Original Medicare. These benefits are richer in the benefits are richer in the Med-Sup plans, which also necessitate a higher premium. All of this highlights the variety of Medicare plans in our portfolio, which is something we'll be digging into in the coming year. We should have high-performing plans that manage costs well while achieving the best clinical outcomes for members. Therefore, we plan to evaluate what types of Medicare Advantage plans make the most sense to include in our portfolio. We will likely return to you with options and recommendations so that we are containing costs, maximizing payments from CMS, and improving quality for members. Anthem's proposed premium is just over 8.25% from 2026. The majority of this rate increase is driven by medical costs. Blue Shield's nationwide Medicare Advantage plan started with CalPERS in 2022 with about 600 members. In just 4 years, it has grown to roughly 13,000 members today. To help make their premiums more competitive, Blue Shield has used their own reserves to reduce the premium by roughly 31% for 2026 and 17% for 2027. The proposed 2027 premium increase is about 15%. 11% of the premium increase is due to medical and pharmacy costs. The reduced Blue Shield investment has contributed 6.3% to the premium increase, which is shown in the other column in the cost driver chart. The program change column reflects the premium savings by separating the medical and prescription drug coverage into two plans. As I've shared earlier, this is because with separate medical and pharmacy plans, the pharmacy risk score is calculated differently than when combined and receives a higher CMS reimbursement. With this product change, the only impact to members is that they will have two ID cards, one for medical and one for pharmacy benefits. Everything else, such as copays and formularies, will remain the same. Taking learnings from transitioning Medicare members from Optum to CVS last year, we are working with Blue Shield to ensure the communications sent to members are clear and don't cause any unnecessary alarm. Moving on to Kaiser. Kaiser Senior Advantage is proposing a 6.5% decrease. Kaiser Medicare plans are community rated, with the CalPERS Medicare rates blended across all Kaiser regions. The premium differences between the Kaiser Senior Advantage plan in California and the out-of-state plan are driven by the California-specific benefits, which includes over-the-counter drug benefits, meals delivery, and transportation. Kaiser Senior Advantage Summit plans have a similar premium reduction for 2027. The Summit plans utilize the same Kaiser California and out-of-state care delivery system, with the only difference being the richer benefit design, where members pay less out-of-pocket costs when utilizing services. Moving to Sharp, they are proposing a 10% premium increase from last year. This product was introduced in 2021 and now has about 800 members. The main cost driver is pharmacy, which is close to 7.5%. UHC's Group Medicare Advantage plan is a nationwide plan. UHC is proposing an 11% increase from 2026. The medical cost increase is the largest driver for this plan. Their premium increase is offset by the product change we are recommending for them too. Again, the only impact to members is that they will have 2 ID cards, one for medical and one for pharmacy benefits. And like with Blue Shield's product change, we will work with UHC to ensure the communications sent to members on this are clear. Now, PERS Medicare supplemental premiums. These will remain flat for 2027. This is because the medical costs for the PERS Platinum MedSup plan are slightly below our projections due to lower than projected utilization. Therefore, we are still collecting enough in premiums to cover the cost of services for 2027. Here are all the Medicare plans in our portfolio and their ranking by premium. For next steps, the CalPERS team will finalize the contract terms with Sutter Health Plan with the goal of having a signature-ready contract should you approve adding them to our program. We will actively continue preparations for the exit of UHC's 2 basic plans, as well as the implementation of the Sutter Health Plan. We are also providing the preliminary premiums to stakeholders, the legislature, and Department of Finance. In July, we'll then present the final premiums to you for the board's approval. This concludes our presentation, and Don and I are happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Jarzovic. Now we have opportunity for questions and comments from the committee. We'll begin with President Taylor.
Thank you, Rob and Dawn, for going over this, as well as Dr. Logan for the beginning for the fertility edition of our care. This is a lot of information. And I appreciate all the information that you gave us. I had a couple of questions on, wait. Let me get there. Okay, so the Blue Shield Medicare PPO is at 14.82%. And part of that you said that they're breaking out their pharmacy, or was I listening to the wrong one?
That applies to this one. And so this was part of the product change the board approved last November, and it's order to get more revenue from CVS. When you split out the pharmacy from the Medicare plans, the pharmacy plan is rated differently, and it generates more dollars from CVS. So it has that reduction of that product change of like negative 2.5%.
And then you had said that they are recovering some costs from the previous year. Is that what this rate increase is?
So they were buying down their rate for several years, actually.
Oh, okay,
and so
we did, yeah.
And so that 6.34% is actually a snapback that's happening when you don't continue to buy it down year over year, which we're of course familiar with. So that's what
It's always a
happens
bad
there.
idea. It hurts in the end.
It hurts in the end, yeah.
So, my concern is that I don't want to, this is kind of what happened to Blue Shield before. Okay, they started to get higher and higher and higher priced and sort of priced themselves out of a whole bunch of lives. So I'm hoping that this is not what we're seeing again.
Right. And so this is an example of why we want to look at the Medicare offerings in our program. We have such a difference. It's nearly a 2-to-1 price difference with some of these like Blue Shield, UHC, and Anthem compared to Kaiser and Sharp. And so that's part of the work we want to do in the coming year is to understand what is the right type of Medicare Advantage plan for our portfolio and
then
for our members, really.
Well, and then if you look at Blue Shield for Access Plus for the HMO, they're still one of the highest increases. I think they are the highest increase for the HMO. So that's where I'm getting a little concerned. The HMO and the EPO, and then you look at the Medicare Advantage program, and I'm really concerned about this turning into what it was before.
Okay.
And a whole bunch of lives have moved back over to Blue Shield, including myself. And I think that's a big concern.
Okay, that's something we'll definitely be keeping an eye on. Don.
I was just going to add, and I think you're right to focus on the Shield premium and that concern. It's always something that we've got an eye on. On the Medicare side, I just wanted to remind you that this is still a relatively new and very small MA plan. So it's got 12,000 lives in it. We haven't had it in the book. Part of what's going on, I think, is that they're trying to find their bearings in a new environment. So we're working with them. I think the change to the adjustment in the way that they disaggregate pharmacy and medical was really critical to the CMS revenue piece. But the ones that we've had for much longer periods of time have been working with CMS and understand the rules and how to do this in a way that is, more of a front end learning curve when you're starting out with a plan in CalPERS book.
All right, thank you. And the last thing I wanted to state, I appreciate all of that information, you guys, because I think everybody else's rates look pretty good. I mean, Anthem's not great either, but they tend to be really high anyway. I just want to make sure that the Sutter Health Plan, when implementation comes, there's lots of communication out to our members. As I said earlier, I'd like to have a copy of it so we can get it to my union and make sure that they can post it on their update or wherever, and whoever else wants that to happen as well. So.
Yes, that's absolutely part of our open enrollment communications is doing newsletters for any organization that would like to help us spread the message to your constituents. So that's definitely something that's on our list of things to do.
All right, thank you so much.
We had also the same conversation in the stakeholder meeting with the retiree groups who were there. Going to be working with them to get stuff out into their newsletters as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Walker, Yvonne Walker.
Thank you. So I just want to say I really appreciate the work of the team. You guys do, I think, incredible work. And as hard as it is to go through another year of change, I think we're making the right choice. Well, I'm making the right choice. We haven't voted yet, but I am. But so I'm making the right choice that it is absolutely right to drop UHC. And go to Sutter. So I thought that was a very good decision, and I hope it opens up doors further into the future. And it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. And I do appreciate that these rates are so much better than they've been since I first came on the board. So that is a plus too. And I appreciate all of the innovations that you go for, you try to get. When I saw the building family, it added a lot of stuff that I didn't think was going to be there, right? And so I just like that we're ahead of the curve on a lot of things, and I'm hopeful that that's where we will remain.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'll call on Vice Chair Pocky. Oops, hit the wrong one. Hold on. Okay.
Just something to look for in the future. Obviously, I know we're still Thank you. I know we're still settling contracts and things of that sort, but it would be good to do a spotlight with Sutter upon completion of that, similar to what we did with the other agencies.
Thank you. And any more comments or questions? Okay, I do have a couple comments. First, I also want to thank and congratulate the team, Don, for another great year of negotiating rates. The rate setting process is complicated, but I do think we have all the pieces that make us the innovative leader. The data warehouse and the other calculations your folks are doing, the requirements for high performance, equality, and standards. And I'm pleased that this, as Don mentioned, that we have a third year of reasonable rate increases. I'm also very pleased that Kaiser is very reasonable increase, but being an integrated system, I would hope, I mean, they're moving down if you stack all the premiums, they're moving closer to the bottom third, bottom half, but they're still higher than the PERS Gold, which is a PPO. And I would think an integrated system would have lower rates. That's my view. I also want to now, I mean, you said it, Rob, if not this meeting, some other meeting, that now we have HMO and EPO in every county in the state, which is a big accomplishment. And I'm glad the Blue Shield Trio is expanding throughout Northern California. We always want quality networks, and that's something I'm pleased we're moving forward with in this program. So look forward to the Medicare program report backs on the high performance. I also want to join with our Chief Health Director, Don Moles, in thanking United Healthcare for the years of service they've given our members, both in the Alliance and in the Harmony plan. I was very happy when we were able to add Harmony, but unfortunately we couldn't move beyond Southern California. But anyway, we have look forward to working with Medicare, United Healthcare. So thank you. Anybody else on the committee? No questions? I guess not. So thank you, Mr. Jarzombek, for your great presentation. So now we go into public comment. We have JJ Jalentik on 6A.
JJ Jelensik, RPEA. I'm glad to see the lower costs, the lower increases. But lower increases still mean higher costs. It sort of reminds me of the politicians who talk about inflation. If you're a Democrat, it's going up. If you're a Republican, it's going down. It's just that you define different periods. But in any case, the issue is not the rate of change. The issue is the cost. And the costs are too high. Rob Fechner isn't here, so on his behalf, I will say, tell them to sharpen their pencils. Didn't work for him. Don't think it'll work for me. Most of my members are in Medicare, and although we do have a number in the basic plans. Let me point out, you get what you reward. You continue to reward companies with high premiums by subsidizing their premiums, and you continue to hit low-cost plans with surcharges. I'd point out that Sharp, Trio, Sulimas, and Kaiser would all be negative this year, except for the surcharge this board chooses to put on their premiums. As I said, my members are by and large in Medicare, but we have an interest in the basic plans because as basic plans go up, costs go up, and that eventually transfers to Medicare. So we do have a concern. It's not a direct one, but it leads to higher costs for us. Last year you dropped a plan. I forget which plan it was because they wanted a 49% premium. That struck me as reasonable, struck you as reasonable. This year you're dropping UHC for having asked for an extremely higher plan. But I notice you're not telling us this time what that plan increase was. And I'm just wondering if you could release it as you did a year ago. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking to the board. Next, we have Larry Woodson.
Good afternoon, Larry Woodson. Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. And I want to thank the health team for the special session that we had this morning. Gave us a glimpse of and some good explanation of the new proposed rates. This is the first time in 10 years that I've been commenting on rates that I can surprisingly say I'm pleased, at least with the rate increases and overall. I mean, I agree with Mr. Jelinczyk. They're too high to start with, but until, just speaking for myself, until we get a single payer plan, non-for-profit in this country, it's going to remain to be high. I'm happy to see that United Healthcare is being removed as a HMO plan due to especially high rate proposals, although they remain as an MA plan and are jacking up those rates by nearly 11%. MA is a big money maker for them due to capitation method, and recently they just climbed from third to second in the Fortune 500. So they're doing quite well, even without us. It's good to see the 0% change in platinum and gold supplemental plans. However, I agree with the board member's comment about Blue Shield and Anthem. Ms. Taylor, just really too high, and I hope maybe between now and July the team can get those down a little bit. And let's see, we've heard measures they're taking to minimize disruption to those members affected by UHC cancellation. And I'm really impressed with their efforts, and we talked a lot about that in the session. I hope they're more effective, and I think they will be, than the PBM transition from Optum to Caremark. And then lastly, I hope they can take action to lessen the harm PE is doing to our healthcare system, and more on that when I speak on item 6C at the end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodson. Now we, and nothing on the phone, right? Okay, now we'll proceed to summary of committee direction.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have, I think, two potentials, and you can tell me whether they are committee direction, but I think they are. So the first is to schedule a future spotlight with Sutter Health Plan.
That is correct.
Yep. And then the other one would be to work with outside groups to reach critical audiences. So the retiree groups, some of the labor groups, if they're interested in sharing our materials in their newsletters and so forth.
Thank you. Member communication is always going to be very important to this committee. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on to public comments, 6C, and we'll start with Mr. Robert Norton.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Robert Norton, and I am the Chief Business Official for Amador County Unified School District and Amador County Office of Education. Our Superintendent, Jared Critchfield, and our Board of Trustee member, Shane Crow, is here in attendance, and we're behind this message here. We are here today to be a partner with you and to deeply thank you for your willingness to listen and consider the unique challenges currently facing our rural public servants and their families. We are here today to identify a critical problem challenging our community. CalPERS' current regional structure groups Amador County into Region 1, alongside high-cost metropolitan areas like San Francisco and Sacramento. This creates a rural penalty, giving us the highest cost relativity in the state despite our vastly different rural economic reality. Compounding on this structure are limited plan options. Our educators and staff are restricted to just 2 plan options, the CalPERS Gold and the CalPERS Platinum. To make matters worse, our only local hospital in Jackson, California and the only in-network plan that is available to our folks is the higher cost Platinum plan. So if they want to go to our local hospital, they have to go there, which is also a Sutter hospital. And with the expansion of the Sutter plans that I'm seeing here today, one of the counties not noted in those 6 was Amador County. So I'd request from the board, or at least the committee, if we could look into that as we move forward there. So this leaves our staff with a painful false choice. They can either choose the Platinum plan, which places a massive financial burden on our families and just to have the local hospital, or they can choose to the more affordable Gold plan, which then forces our folks to bypass our local hospital and drive 60 miles out of the county just to see an in-network doctor. So this access gap is causing real-world damage. Our staff are missing precious time out of the classroom to go have sick days, burning through gas money, sick leave, and most heartbreaking cases, completely delaying necessary medical care because the travel is simply too overwhelming. Right now, our members do not have sustainable affordability, nor do they have competitive choice. Your committee is conducting a vital evaluation of regional structure over the next 3 meetings in July, August, and November. This is why we are advocating now. We urge you to look at Amador County during this review, decouple us from the metropolitan rates that were referenced, or looking at the 2018 or that model that was done. There were 2 different models that would have put us in a much more one-to-one cost relativity ratio. Expand our plan options to where we don't just have 2 within our county. With this Sutter Health one would be amazing if we could add that. And use your negotiating power to ensure our local hospital is included in more affordable tiers that were referenced earlier today. To help illustrate this human cost of this crisis, I'm presenting you with a letter containing 21 deeply personal stories of our teachers, staff, detailing how these plans and offerings have severely impacted them since we joined CalPERS in October of 2025. In here, you'll read about a single mother forced to delay her own care, a new teacher facing immediate financial ruin, and an employee who incurred an $8,000 out-of-pocket network bill. We ask that you live out your core values of quality, respect, and accountability by looking at the faces behind these statistics. Let's work together to fix this structure and ensure that those who serve our students can afford to take care of their own families. Thank you for your time, leadership, and thoughtful consideration of this.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Larry Woodson.
Hello again, Larry Woodson. CSR has a long history of expressing concern regarding the harm PE is doing to healthcare, and as you know, I documented that extensively in my report on the dangers of private equity, which you and the exec staff received last year. As noted in that report, there's been an explosion of PE acquisitions of healthcare in the last 15 years. Hospitals, nursing homes, rural health, doctors' practices, and so on, dialysis clinics and more. They create huge debt for all and typically strip assets, which results in harm to patients and lower quality outcomes. I cited the most egregious example being Cerberus Capital's acquisition of a health system in Massachusetts, renaming it Steward Health, and expanding it from 6 to 37 hospitals in 10 states. Over a 10-year period, they went into such debt that 6 are now closed, 31 others in bankruptcy. I pointed out that CalPERS has invested nearly $500 million in 2012 in a Cerebus fund that led to these failures. When I mentioned that at the March retiree roundtable, Mr. Orlick stated that that particular fund was not used for acquisition of Steward. And subsequently, I find that he is likely correct, even though AI says differently. But I consider that a moot point, since CalPERS currently shows 7 active funds in Cerebus for over a total of $2.25 billion, including 3 new funds after the collapse of Steward. They continue to feed millions to the PE company that has bankrupted 37 hospitals. In the same vein, a March 5th article in the New England Journal of Medicine titled PE's Transformation of American Medicine, Implications for Health Equity documents how recent years PE firms have gained increasing control over U.S. healthcare infrastructure, undermining the progress in health equity by curtailing access to affordable, high-quality care for rural populations, older people, and people with low incomes. It also documents how other firms are causing hospital closures elsewhere. At the January networking session, I asked Mr. Gilmore if he was at all concerned about PE's harm to healthcare, and he said it's mainly a lot of anecdotal situations. I asked Mr. Orlick the same question at the retiree roundtable, and his response is no more harmful than many other factors. It's time for this organization to prides itself in ESG policies to wake up and put guardrails on PE acquisitions of healthcare. Now, in closing, I will say Mr. Rubalcaba came up to me before this meeting and said that CalPERS is no longer investing in PE companies that acquire healthcare, which is the first I've heard of this, and it's great news. If that's so, I'm not sure Mr. Gilmore and Orlick heard that message. I would love to hear more about how that was decided and is being implemented. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Perhaps I should have said something earlier, but it is our practice not to respond to public comment, but we welcome the comments. Thank you. Any more comments? So with that, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Tomorrow morning, Wednesday. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, it's risk and audit.
Oh, thank you. It's risk and audit. Thank you. Risk and audit. I'm correct.